Yeah, that was always a problem. It was only my voice, but for some reason I'd have my own echo.
Okay, bear with me. Has that made any difference, or? So just bear with me, everybody that can now hear me on the stream.
What you guys are doing, you
We're just
definitely
sorting out the
capture
audio.
Discord and put it onto the video.
Now that I've been thinking about it, who exactly decided evil was a +5? That there we go. Like that number.
Alright, seems like we got sound going, so we're live now.
Is the Discord audio also live?
Head to another.
Testing. Can you be heard on the stream?
Volume on the stream is really low.
Is the Discord audio also live?
Testing. Can you be heard on
Yeah, Discord's there, but it's really low at the minute for some reason.
Fee may have had to actually crank people up to...
They actually look like two people from RWBY.
Discord audio is live.
That's because this is based on RWBY.
Because Yang and RWBY.
Kind of.
Sorry for all the technical difficulties. No show. Internet crap out. And that's why we're here over on Headdie's channel. Give Headdie some love.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you.
Again, normally this would be streamed on Fiora's channel. However, she is at... What con is she at this weekend? Fright Nights?
Fright Nights.
Yeah, Fright Night.
That's right, Fright Nights.
Nightmare Nights, you're right. Nightmare Nights. And apparently normally this would... internet at the hotel is next to useless. So we're going to go ahead and continue with a session tonight. Who knows what will quite happen. But again, thank you for Headdie for being able to host us so we can at least bring you probably a side session. Again, we don't know, we might end up with a little more focus on Team Malkin instead of... Or did we go ahead and change it to Team Monarch? All we really need to do is...
Yeah, no, we changed to Monarch. It sounded better.
Yeah, Monarch sounds a little bit better. All we really did was change around a couple letters.
Tell me who's going to be the last time RWBY.
Oh, well, I'll take that over.
By the way, since we're gonna focus on our channel, we can get access to the table or not?
Curry Mitchell.
You're double...
Yeah, Eddie, I recommend headphones.
I'm on headphones.
Yeah, we're picking up, I would recommend people muting the stream or turning down your speakers. Yep.
Oh, it's down in Discord by itself.
It would be best just to mute the stream, because, I mean, you're gonna heat.
No, the thing with Headdie is that he's on his headphones, but his mic somehow picks it up still.
Yeah, I've got both the tab and the video itself muted. It's still feedback to me.
Yeah, it's because Headdie is broadcasting all of his sound.
Yeah, I'm going to put myself back on to push to talk, okay. Alright, there we go.
Alright. Well, since I've already kind of stepped forward as a spokesman, I guess I will go ahead and do a recap from the last session, which was actually 2 weeks ago. We missed last week because, again, Fiora was at Ciderfest. So, last time we met, Team Chance came and finally arrived at the Atlas Academy. It was late, so they went to the first year dorms, where we met the Team Monarch, consisting of Mika, Callie, Tonga and Faye, which strangely enough is another team composed of 4 faunus and 1 human. Without any, they had missed opening ceremonies, but did go and see the headmaster, who informed them that they were officially a team and Team Chance. After that, they raided
And they put the human in charge.
and they put the human in charge.
The human that got them involved in the mob.
Yep. So after raiding the Ideal Taco Truck, they went to class the next morning and ended up doing a combat simulation to defend a village, which apparently they passed. And that's where we ended the session for the day. So, I'll hand it off. So I guess we are picking it up pretty much right after that training session. And I will hand things off to Hitomi.
Alright, so after class you've had a few hours to study, do your homework, eat, etc. It's pushing on to late evening. Most of the classes are let out. Students are filtering off to do whatever they wish to in their end time, and you guys have a lot of planning, and you guys have a lot of planning and talking to do as you head back to the barracks and decide what to do for your night. Inside the barracks, you notice that Fei Hong now is napping, which is kind of unusual considering how early in the day it is, but she seems to be out cold, and the rest of them are out and about right now. Leaving Team Chance alone with their little girl to have the run of the place.
The girl we kidnapped.
Yes, you did.
Actually, she would be napping on the sofa in front of the TV.
Yeah, napping's napping.
Napping's napping, but...
Do you leave the TV on to anything in particular, or is it just off?
She'd leave it on to... probably one of those shows that is kinda... It's not like a news program, but it's not like childish, but it's still okay for children to watch.
We've already established that. We've already established Mantle has fake news.
Yes.
Terrorists. There's fake news, and we have to build a wall around it. Yes, I did.
I don't know. I don't know.
Remember, you put him in charge.
Yes, he's in charge for all the good and ill that means.
I think it's more ill than good.
Sorry, bear with me. This is a quick test to see if my volume is correct.
That sounded good to me.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think he means for stream.
Yeah, it's for stream.
We still have the option of renaming our team Shank, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about the monkey being in charge either, so...
Oh, great. I'm quiet and Discord's good. Okay.
Headdie,
your volume's fine in stream. Can hear it just fine. Same levels and everything.
So, stream and Discord. My voice
Perfect.
on Discord is stream on... Okay, excellent. Sorry, Hitomi, or whoever was speaking.
Okay. And remember, if you want to be nice, you can always keep Fee. Tell her it's for the RWBY art. God, that echo really distracts.
How can you criticize her with extra homework?
Headdie.
You half the time don't do yours,
Headdie.
little lady.
What's up?
You're echoing.
I am
Need
on
some
push
mic
to talk.
discipline.
Oh, for the love of God, why is it...
What a angry British person inbound.
We have an angry British person. Hurry, someone throw tea at him. Throw tea at him.
Yo, that would just make him more angry. You're wasting good tea.
I have to throw it into like the river. No, throw it at him. Give him the tea.
And that has to be peach water and chocolate cakes based on every British person I've known.
We could give him tea, but then I'd have to pity the fool.
Oh, that's that.
Wow. I will be right back.
That
hurt. That's Headdie some fish and crisps.
Right, so as I was saying, be sure to tip fee the links in the Discord for that. I can't post links in Heddie's chat, so I can't throw that. Use a reminder on the comments to that's for the RWBY RPG. It shouldn't make her day and be a really nice surprise when she actually gets back in checks. As usual, if you do tip her, she'll probably insist on throwing half the tip at me, or maybe like a quarter at me and a quarter at Headdie or something, since he's hosting it. I don't know, but fair warning on that.
Apparently, she's so good at getting tips that people were giving her tips at the convention.
Well, it's a good thing I told her people to use something to tell that's the RWBY RPG, so that she knows what's what.
Yeah, we're kind of planning on getting Mag's clothing.
Okay, so Lens, Hitomi, and Diablo Dragon have got moderator power now, so Hitomi, you should be able to post links in my chat.
Cooper's gonna ask if Mag knows what size she actually wears, because we're gonna buy her clothing. We probably should buy her clothing that fits.
Alright, so you come in and Mags eventually comes out and she hears you there, and she has Saru's scroll in her hand, and she kind of walks up and looks at everyone and looks at the scroll and looks at everyone and goes, is everything okay?
Yeah, we just got back from classes, little one.
And she looks and goes, oh. She walks up to Saru and hands the scroll back and says, here's your thing. It was fun. Sorry for beating your high score. Then she links back over to between Harley and Akihima.
I have to ask, what game was she playing? Like Flappy Grim, Plants vs. Grim?
Angry Grim.
Angry
Nevermore.
Angry Nevermores.
Nah, it's Ultimate Ninja Death Battle 2, The Grimmening.
Electric Boogaloo.
Is that the game based on Ninjas in Love?
That was a little reference to the game from RWBY Chibi.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
I still think Electric Boogaloo should be in the name. Anything with a 2.
Anyways, as you ask her what her size is, she just kind of blinks and goes, I don't know. I'm sorry. I just wear what they give me, and that's all.
That's okay. We'll figure it out.
I imagine probably Akima's gonna probably run off to get a new set of clothes in the room.
So none of you are going to take like a ruler or measuring tape and actually size the kid up?
Why? We could just take her to the store and actually have her try stuff on. That's much more fun.
Or, get her measured at the store?
Oh god, it's gonna be one of those like clothes trying on montage where it's like she comes out in something and she loves it, though y'all hate it. Then she comes out in something which y'all love and she hates it. Then finally the third thing, she comes out in a dress and y'all love it.
Yay, montage!
Montage.
It's gonna be a montage.
Feel free to post it up on Tabletop if you got outfit ideas while you're shopping. But
And guys, I might just to give a thought. Maybe you should try getting her into a school first, so you know what uniforms you need to get her.
That's what Fee's for.
Yeah, there is one thing I do know Fee wanted to discuss with Megs, which is if she wanted to do a combat school or a regular primary school.
That's why I said we'll leave that for after Firo gets back.
so you're just gonna have Akihima and Mags go off and do the runaround for the schools while you actually go shopping and pick things out for her, or what?
No, they're going to take Max with her, and then the monkey and the person.
Yeah, the Saru and Akima can go look around schools.
Alright, so they'll go and look around, trying to find a decent school for her, so we know what those two will be up to. And for the rest of you, so you're set and you're ready to head out?
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Yep. I suppose we could ask anybody if they want to come with us. I mean,
well, the only one in there right now is Faye, and she's sleeping pretty hard. And you can try and wake her up if you want.
Can you also do a perception check to see if Mika is actually there with you?
Or do we wake up the sleeping bird? Doesn't sound like a great idea.
Not when said sleeping bird is not particularly happy with certain members of our group.
Wait, what did we do to her? I forgot. It's been 2 weeks. What have we done?
If you remember, the fox got rather close and rather disturbingly grabby to her feathers.
Yes.
Alright, so what's the consensus? Are you gonna wake her up, or are you just leaving?
I think it's best to just leave.
Alright. And Mika, are you like lurking around and gonna follow them, or just...
No, you have to actually do a perception roll to see if she's actually around, and then you have to roll a d5 to see if Mika is actually there.
I mean, if they had no reason to actually look for her, it's not like they'd throw anything for it.
Yeah, so no worries.
And we are pretty newbie.
Okay, so you get up and you start heading up on your bikes, and who's taking Mags? Or are you gonna have Mags try to drive herself, or what?
no, you can ride with one of us. I mean, I'll drive with her, or
That is responsible.
I mean, she rode pillion with me on the way into the city, so I suppose I'd kind of automatically offer a seat on mine.
So the cats are going to ride together.
Yeah.
Meow, baby. Very meow.
Very meow.
9 years old.
Somewhere punch Tonga.
Alright, so you on your bike.
Doesn't that actually go to the gym or something?
Tonga is out shopping right now, which means that he's actually flying around the city on sheer firepower.
No one can punch him because Cal is on the gym.
Somewhere the spirit of the GM punches Tonga. There we go.
And he ends up in a fruit cart.
He's not a hard man to find. He leaves bullet casings wherever he goes.
Yeah, and there's a video in Discord for the sound he makes when he's using, well, mobility.
Yeah, I think it's the three of us were set off. Best that Max rides with.
With me. With the only slightly psychotic cat.
Only the manslaughter, not the murderers.
Hey, that's a... there is a difference.
Alright, so how are you going to find this store that you're going to take her to? Or you looking for anything in particular? Or?
A place that has clothing that will fit.
You guys could just take the bus and ask the bus driver for the nearest shopping district.
Well, we have scrolls. Surely that information would be easily accessible on our scrolls.
Well, yeah, it's just a question of what kind of place are you? Like, you're looking for small, secondhand... Sure.
Damn it, Echo. How's our finances looking at the moment?
Well, you got a small step in for being a student.
Headdie, Echo.
It's all going to be a wealth check, so it's kind of nebulous.
Headdie.
Headdie, Echo.
Again.
Stop holding down the push to talk button. Hello? Oh.
I'm still here.
You're holding the push to talk button. Or your channel's open.
It shouldn't be.
It is.
Open mic night.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do this then.
Hello, my honey. Hello, my baby. Hello, my grandma.
Echo, Echo.
Oh God, I apologize.
Well, I did warn you all on stream that this was going to be a shit show.
Okay.
Alright.
Moment stream. We're having technical difficulties again. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's kind of an interesting workaround.
Yeah, so you're looking like a secondhand store or a major superstore or what?
Well, that's kind of why I was trying to ask about. Oh, please don't tell me it's that simple. Bear with me.
Bear with her.
Bear with me. My apologies for this.
Is Cooper going to take one of the bikes, or is he going to ride?
I mean, I assume we could probably take one so that way we can have the space to put the stuff we bought. God, hearing that echo.
Have you guys actually registered your motorcycles yet?
Alright, so for the stream, Headdie has gone and muted himself due to echo issues.
Hello? I hope I can still hear myself.
No, we still hear echo, echo.
But I think it'd be best if they go on 3 vehicles. That way you have 2 that can hold the stuff they buy.
And it's like you had the right setting a few times before. This doesn't stick.
Are we coming through on his mic?
Yep.
You
Let me check.
Through on his mic. Yeah, we're blissing.
remember the stream's on delay.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
I don't think anything's coming through the stream.
Yeah, so far the stream is muted.
Oh,
Wait, no, there it is.
Yeah, sound's coming on the stream.
Okay, I think they're still coming through the stream now.
Yeah, the stream's got like a 30 to 40 second delay now. But it's YouTube, so that's standard.
I don't hear Headdie. On the stream, I don't hear you.
There it is.
Of course, my concern is more about the echo of Discord because it keeps freaking me out.
It's like a weird test experiment where they put like people's words played back a second before they talk, and it messes up how your brain interprets information.
I can hear all of us on the stream. I don't hear Headdie.
Sorry for the technical difficulties.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Oh?
Lynn Zobby says we all sound weird on your stream now. Don't know.
They still got the echo, of course.
Fuck you, Skynet!
Surrender.
Oh god. Half of the session will be figuring out how to make the sound work.
Yep, it has fixed the audio problem. It's all good now.
Do you all see how hard your streamers work to bring you entertainment?
Alright, so we got the stream settled out, but the Discord channel here, we still have the echo.
We'll have to deal with it.
Yeah. No, the echo makes it impossible for me to even hear.
Same.
Headdie, try and mute your mic inside Discord until you get ready to speak.
Yeah, Hope that works.
Headdie, you're still open broadcasting.
Yeah, you are. Green circle around your name.
And we hear it.
Is your push to talk button stuck? Choose a different button.
Ah, better.
Oh, thank merciful baby Jesus.
You're welcome, my son.
I can hear you in Discord.
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Discord.
Phew.
Remember, people, this technical difficulty stream is brought to you by Kitsuga Gaming.
Or most of us have a better idea of what we're doing than.
Remember, everybody, this stream, despite its technical difficulties, is sponsored by Kitsuga. We don't get any money from them, but they host our stream and they make things easier for us. Head over to kitsuga.com for some nice video game reviews, other reviews, and say hi to Boss Fox if you ever see her and ask her not to kill us.
They did just let us use their Discord.
We promise they won't have as many technical difficulties as we do.
Wait, someone from the tech priest. We need the tech priests. All praise the Omnissiah.
Right of progressive maintenance.
We need to believe it'll work, and then it will just work. We need a mech boy.
So let's get back to the game, I think.
Okay, Cooper, were you going to take a bike, or are you going to ride on one of the bikes?
I was thinking it would be best if we we have 3 bikes or 4 or something. I think it would be best if we take 3, because that way we have 1 or 2 bike backs open to carry stuff.
Okay.
All right, so where are you going?
What's this world's closest equivalent to a Goodies? That's the only clothing store I'm aware of.
I don't even know what that is, so it must be an East Coast or Southern thing or something.
It's a Southeast thing.
They must have something like a shopping mall.
Well, they do have a major all-in-one superstore sort of thing, so you can find that.
Sorry, for those in Europe, that would be an outlet. I'm kidding. I have no idea what they call it there.
Racist.
Kind of think of myself as a countryist. Yeah, there's only one race, and that's the faunus race. Oh, sorry, White Fang showing.
The master race!
Okay, so we'll head out down the street and see if we can't find something that looks like a mall. Or a shopping complex.
Alright.
Or a shopping district.
Well, it isn't exactly hard to find because, let's face it, it's a business and they want to be found. So, after cruising around downtown, you managed to find the Schnee Emporium Incorporated.
Oh, great. Jeez.
Remember, Cooper, don't do anything.
Remember, you can always stack the address so that Cole can go and punch some people.
I can already smell the pretentiousness.
As long as you guys don't blow this up.
Remember, there are no groomed here.
No.
So we just pop ourselves near where you put mags, I'm guessing?
Yeah, or wherever you want to park. I gave her all player control, so.
Bottom right corner.
I would like to point out, I know we're having a lot of technical difficulties, but I still haven't heard Headdie on the stream.
Oh, wonderful.
I'm not sure, but I keep trying to listen for him.
Headdie, I think do 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. So Headdie's not picking up sound now. That's great.
Yeah, I'm not hearing him either.
Yeah, I can hear you, but let's just see if it
wait
picks
for the
up on
delay.
you.
Again, I'm sorry to everyone watching. Please try to have some patience. I take it that none of us really stream all that much, including Headdie, so he probably doesn't have everything all figured out.
Yep, this is kind of a last-minute put-together thing.
Yeah, normally Fiora
No,
would be
there
hosting
was-
us, but there's technical difficulties with her right now. She's offline, so...
I picked. I was listening for a specific cue. Headdie is not coming through. I could hear Chaco's response to him, but there was nothing of him.
And a follow-up test just to make sure you have a timestamp for it.
I can hear
No problem.
Headdie's cue for when he's trying to talk and stream. I hear the little bink, 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 bink every time he pushes it, but nothing comes through.
So it's the volume setting itself. It's the volume reset.
Yeah, I'm not hearing.
I can hear him when he presses the button. The doop, 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 but
Yep, there went the brink.
This is rather disconcerting.
So, Hitomi, while we get this all sorted, what kind of store is this?
This is basically the generic store you'd expect from, like, a Walmart or something like that. Clothes, groceries, electronics, houseware stuff, including, because it's Remnant, guns and weapons and does.
If we can't get this to run on Headdie, I know someone who might be able to run it.
And he just tested to have the timestamp.
I'll mute myself so I can listen for Headdie's coming in.
It seems really weird that either Headdie's going to echo or the stream can't hear him, but there's like not a state where both of those aren't true.
Well, I can think of one solution.
No, it doesn't seem you're coming in.
When Headdie's
You can hear the
broadcasting sound, he can unmute himself in Discord with the little microphone bit. If he's not, then he mutes himself. That way we don't hear the cover on.
We
Headdie, what are you linking your sound to come through? Like, to what's recording? Because I've used OBS once or twice and it's had this problem. You're recording through like microphone and then and then Discord separately. We're trying to do it together.
I don't know. It's quite possible that maybe we should just call this because of technical difficulties and.
Well, I'm not tech-minded to even know how to begin fixing this, so... I mean, it's kind of regrettable because people showed up, and I would hate to, like, leave you all with no game when you showed up on time. And... But if you all want to just decide not to bother because it really isn't working out well, I understand.
So, Headdie, can you hear me? Try this. Re-enable your initial settings that you had when you just started, where it was picking up everything. But in Discord, whenever you're not talking, hit your little mute button there, down at the bottom. That way, you're not actually broadcasting in here, so we don't get the wash, but you're still broadcasting in, you know, your recording software. That way, it's still picking everything up.
That seems...
That's what I've been trying to say all this time, but I keep getting washed over, so.
It seems like our best chances. Yeah, OBS can be a bit of a bitch.
Okay. Alright, how's that sounding for everyone? Okay, sorry about that. How's that sounding for everyone?
Great.
Yeah.
Just in 30 seconds, we'll find out if he show up in the stream.
Oh, you're popping up on stream.
Perfect.
Keep doing it. Yay!
We have found a solution.
Cool. Alright.
Alright, now that we're back to it, I'll carry on. So as you go through the city streets, it's a busy night. Even though it's a Monday, it seems most people are out and about. You know, they work hard and they play hard in Atlas, and there's a lot to do in the big city. You manage to weave through the traffic, and you see the parking lot is fairly full, but it's not impossible to find a spot as you pull up your bikes. Lights are on, the sun's already set, stars are out in the sky. It's dropping to a fairly chilly temperature, and the place looks quite warm and inviting with its big neon Schnee Emporium Inc. sign over the door and the promise of central heating inside.
Can we not blow this place up?
Yeah, I mean...
We can try.
There's no monkey here, so we're probably not going to.
You have a reputation, too.
So.
I haven't found anything else related to the Schnees yet.
Yet. But you play with explosives.
Yeah. So, how powerful is the pretentiousness here?
Oh, it seems like from the people you see going inside, just kind of normal people, working people that are going inside, so you don't figure it's really a high-end store or anything.
I love that you put the shadow figures in there.
Hey, you gotta have those first season shadow figures.
And the clerks I spent way too many hours editing the image of.
You're supposed to find that old guy who runs all the stores. Except for the bookstore.
No, he runs it now. The other guy died.
Technically, the other guy ain't born yet. Well, I guess we'll probably head over. Where's the front entrance? I think actually looks like a door.
Dead center on the bottom.
I was going to say, I'm guessing it's the double set of double doors, like in most shops.
So as you pull up and you get a parking spot, Mags gets off Harley's bike and is just kind of like shivering and holding her arms up and rubbing some heat in because, well, she just has a school uniform on and it's cold riding on a bike in winter.
I thought, well, maybe giving her his jacket, but I think it'll be a little big for her.
And here I come to realize Tonga's walking around in just an aloha shirt and what amounts to shorts for him, but pants for everyone else.
Well, yeah, but you also have, like, aura.
He does?
Yes, he does.
Yep.
Cooper is just gonna so take off his jacket. See if it. How much bigger is it compared to her?
I just pop off my black cloak and drape it round Megs for the time being.
Yeah, that might be better.
Right, so she curls up inside of it, and she looks kind of like much younger than she is, kind of wrapped up in a cloak and, just kind of bedraggled, and her hair is kind of frizzy from flying in the wind. And...
Well, it shouldn't be, because one of the helmets fits her, so she should have been wearing that.
Well, no one mentioned putting on a helmet for her or anything, so...
Do we have helmets?
Yeah, 2 of them were salvageable, to which I gave one of them to Mags when we first rode off from the ambush.
She probably should keep that. Let's head in. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Not sure if they'll fit barriers.
Oh god.
I didn't get that one at all. Okay, so yeah, we take a reasonably casual wander towards the doors. I probably take Mags by the hand and walk her up there.
You walk up and she seems to be a little reluctant to go inside, but you have her by the hand and she's following along behind you. She just kind of looks a little uneasy.
In that case, I stop and I bend down and talk to her and let her know that it's okay. She's with us and we're going to get her some clothes that should be nice for her to wear and help keep her warm when she's on the bike and all the rest of it.
And she takes a moment, she nods and says, "Oh, okay," and kind of like holds your hand and kind of tucks behind your leg so that you're kind of like shielding her from sight.
I guess I sort of reach round and give her a quick squeeze on the shoulder and lead her in.
Right,
I hope I don't have to hold your hand, Cooper, keep you out of trouble.
Cooper just looks at Nikita and is like, "No, I think I'll be fine."
Just make
Max
sure.
looks over at Nikita and says, "You probably should."
Why, Max? Why are you betraying me like this? Ed to Max.
Yeah.
And she looks at you and she goes, "When we first met, you blew everything up." Remember, it's the dinosaur fight, and you kept chaining off those dust reactions.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did witness that.
Anyway.
So tell me, are there a bunch of bullet casings everywhere?
Not yet.
Okay.
What? Why?
Because that's how his character moves. He just flies around shooting things.
Oh God, we're supposed to be the good guys.
see Discord. You will all be tried for domestic terrorism.
He's not in our team, so we're okay.
Still training to be a hunter.
I'm guessing is there like a weapons checking? Because I imagine the place that is a hunter school probably has like a lot of hunters coming by. Or is there no like?
You don't see one, and as you enter in, there's just sort of a jolly little music tune playing over the PA system. It's supposed to help you relax and everything. It's bright fluorescent light. It's quite warm in there, kept at about 70 degrees. Quite the difference from outside in the near freezing weather.
Cool. Okay, in that case, I would like to walk with Mags up to the shop assistant that's between children and women's.
Alright, go for it.
So I walk over and say hi.
And she smiles at you in big grin, bubbly voice and says, "Hello there."
I was wondering if you could help me. We've recently taken on care of this child with me, and I was hoping that you could help me with her measurements so we can pick out some clothes for her that'll fit her.
And she leans over the counter and looks at Mags, and Mags is kind of like tucking it behind your leg and goes, "Oh, she's so adorable. Is she yours?"
Like I say, we've recently taken her on. Her family weren't able to look after her, and we said that we'd look after her for them.
"Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You're sweetie." And she like reaches behind the counter, and there's like a little piece of candy that's wrapped up, and she holds it out to Mags. Mags like looks at it and looks up at the attendant, looks at you, and looks at the candy, looks at the attendant, looks at you, and just kind of seems frozen for a bit.
I nod at her that it's okay. I'm reassure her that it's okay to take it.
And she reaches out and she takes it, and she kind of hoards it close to her chest for a little bit, then pops it in real quickly as if it's going to be taken away.
Again, I just gave her a gentle squeeze on the shoulder just to reassure her a little bit.
So the lieutenant looks over and steps out from behind the counter. Gay, clear look at Mags and looks her over and goes, "Well, I think we got something about in her size here," and says, "Follow after me." Starts heading in and comes over here, and you're at the appropriate size section. She says, like, "These should fit her about just right, and if she has any trouble, just let me know, and I'll come over and give you some advice." And she smiles and she says, "And have a nice day, and remember to come back again. Schnee Emporium Inc. has all your needs covered." She heads back to her place.
As she's saying that, I warmly smile to her and say thank you, and start looking through a few clothes with Mag, see if anything grabs her attention. Start with the basic stuff, like sort of underwear, t-shirts, that kind of stuff, and start building her up at a few sets of clothing that she can wear.
Yeah, we start looking through all the cute shirts and see if we can't find something
adorable,
appropriate.
Cooper is smartly not touching anything.
So, if anyone's in the Discord and they want to, go ahead and post stuff in the tabletop channel for like what you want them to get for Mags. Good reference material for Dre, if nothing else.
And so, I mean, I suppose one of the things I'd be keeping an eye out for. Would be either a white or a pink or a peach T-shirt with something like a cat on the front of it, cartoony cat on the front of it for her.
You're basically gonna get in her like Hello Kitty T-shirts.
Yeah, just something playful for her,
Alright, so you can go through and you start to see some of the stuff that has some like cutesy logos, and it's not hard to find. There's plenty of it there, and most of it's fairly cheap stuff.
Oh,
just
God,
normal
cakes.
t-shirt.
Really? First one you pick.
Can we show this on Discord somehow, or show this on the stream?
I might be able to manage.
That's
that.
amazing.
That needs to be shown. We need Mags needs to have that shirt.
So apparently, stream Mags needs to have this T-shirt. Not horrifying at all.
What do you mean? That shirt's fucking awesome.
I'd wear that shirt.
I would.
And I'm a dude.
Just processing through now, so yeah.
No. Check what I posted on Tabletop.
Really?
I find them. I'm just looking at it up here on stream. It is the best thing.
Really? You want to give Mags a
They should
T-shirt?
definitely have that.
That one's cute, especially given Fee's character. I think we might pick something like that up for her.
Don't you love how grown men are geeking out about what cute T-shirt to get a little girl?
It's a T-shirt with a cat shooting fucking laser beams. But don't you know, if you add fucking laser beams to anything, it's suddenly better.
And if you add
It's
cats
like-
to something, it's made better still.
Have you not watched Austin Powers? It's sharks with frickin' laser beams.
Oh, I found the ultimate backstory.
I like the panda Kuru. The panda's pretty awesome. Really?
Creatures of Grimm.
That needs to be on the.
So
Everyone went
apparently, Von Holtz would like to see our cutesy little 9-10-year-old cat girl in that.
The stream didn't trigger the FBI or NSA. It'll do now. Oh god. Yes, Mom.
And there's also this. Really?
Give the poor
Really?
girl a hoodie
Prison?
already.
We're going to put her in prison before she's even gone anywhere.
Hey, it's black and white stripes for, cat.
Who
They're
am I
used to being
working
wearing
with?
frizzy
Who am I
Look at who's
working
raising her.
with?
But I guess why they're picking out clothes and Hooper don't really know.
Yes,
Who's
Monol.
just gonna work.
If the stream didn't already trigger the FBI and NSA, it did now.
I'm pretty sure we're all on an NSA watch list of some kind by now.
So no comments on the pizza and tacos.
Compared to the kitty cat with the laser beams, that's fine.
Yeah. Since they're picking out the clothes, Cooper's going to just mosey on to electronics, look around.
Can I just point out one minor continuity error with the "It's Also a Gun" T-shirt? Ruby
it's out
won't
of
be
time
born
frame.
for another 20 years?
It's just a reference to the fact that it's going to be a gun, too.
Well, where do you think she got the inspiration?
Her mother isn't alive yet. We're in the time of the grandparents.
And really, Zvi's in there as well.
To be honest, Zvi is kind of a species, so you can't really tell it's him.
I mean, admittedly, a dog that doubles as a cannonball is pretty awesome, but...
and can kill Grimm.
He kills a paladin!
Apparently,
how the fuck did that happen?
He could also be the dog that was in Cowboy Bebop, or the dog that was in Valhalla.
Oh my
Ein in
God.
Cowboy Bebop was a different breed.
No, actually, they're all the same breed.
No, Ein was one of the gold russet ones.
He still looks like a corgi. He's just a little different colored. Looks exactly the same. I compared them.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
I have to ask, would there in the men's section, will there be somewhere you could find a tool bag or a saddle?
Clothes store.
That's why I said satchel.
the counterware.
Well, I mean, it's not just a clothes store. I mean, we've got electronics and houseware.
Probably look over in outerwear.
Wasn't there a comment about getting her own scroll?
That's probably
yes, that'll be in electronics. So we task Cooper with the manly job of going to sort out the electronics for the kid.
How could he screw that up?
Don't ask.
No, you don't understand. That is a question. How can he screw that up?
Anyways, as Cooper's heading towards the electronics, he hears a loud scream in the distance that's coming from outside and the sound of rapid-fire weaponry going off as something is going right through the air and heading towards the store.
Harley face palms and asks somebody to go and see what it is.
Well, Cooper's already heading that direction, so he'll do it.
Isabel did
first when he hears some screaming, he's like, "That's not my fault."
For once.
I'm guessing when he goes to the door, he sees the crazy sharp person.
Yes, you do. Flying backwards towards the store, firing his twin assault rifles into the air as he's propelled like a rocket and is going to land right in front of the entrance.
Really? So, do you tell us all this, Cooper?
Oh, and I forgot, he is actually also surfing through the air on what looks like a piece of scrap metal or something, so that's giving him a little bit more aerodynamics as he's firing.
Again,
of course he is!
Again, Cooper just does the double-handed Jean-Luc Picard face palm. It's like, oh dear God.
When Cooper face palms, you know you've done fucked up.
Not just face palm. The double, like from Star Trek Next Generation, the double-handed face palm. Like, oh dear God.
So you see him come to a halt, he hits the ground and the plate skids over the pavement and he hops up onto the curb before it finally comes to a stop and he steps off and his guns are smoking and he kind of looks around and Cakes, you can take it over.
Looks over at his barrels for a moment. Huh, not quite overheated yet. I'll have to work on that later. So he takes a big old piece of scrap metal that he was riding on, walks over to the side of the building, puts it in the bike rack. I'm coming back for you later. And he walks over the door.
You just see Cooper standing there, like, jaw dropped, the double face palm, and it's like, Tonga?
It's the token human from Team Chance. Hi, how are you doing? I told you.
Oh, he's already got the reputation of being the token human.
And I told you, I propel myself with the power of more Daka. See? It's more Daka. It's the name of my gun. One of my guns.
But you know what, there's like people around here who could be like, hurt.
I'm only using blanks.
Cooper,
at the moment.
Cooper looks at him and does not know what to say.
Harley, in the meantime, having decided that there's clearly not a serious problem as Cooper's not shouted up, takes Mags to the shoe section.
Alright. So, what you doing here, small thing?
We are getting stuff for Mags while Akima and Saru are going to look for schools.
Mags. Your master. Ooh, yay! He rushes past Cooper and goes like, Mags, where are ya? We need to find pineapples.
So people are just kind of like looking around at you, kind of concerned because you're like screaming as you run through the store.
If anyone looks at Cooper, it's like, I met him yesterday.
Oh, so you're actually going to acknowledge that you know him then?
As you get about there, you actually turn and you see a little produce shelf, and yes, there is a pineapples there.
Why are pineapples in the yeah, this is technically the Arctic of this world.
He goes back over.
GMO.
Because airships?
Trade.
So, who decides, you know what, I want a fucking pineapple in the Arctic.
So
Same
he
reason they have
goes back
pineapples
over
here.
Goes back over, grabs the cart, comes back over to the pineapples, and loads up. Grabbing about 6, maybe 7.
Only?
Only.
Again, I am just kind of speechless.
And Nikita, what are you up to?
Ooh, shoes.
Alright, so you're looking for stuff for Mags too, or just yourself?
Oh, yeah, we're looking for stuff for Mags. That's right.
Damn it.
I thought my mom was bad. Damn!
Oh god, what's wrong with you, Bob?
There are certain girls you don't get between them and their shoes.
And clearly Nikita's one of them.
Well, I know some men you don't get between them and their shoes as well, and they're weird. But, what does Cooper have to roll for to find, like, a good scroll, or is there, like, just, like, a phone section, like, where people would get iPods and shit?
Well, there's just a section for it. You'd have to roll, like, will and dis to see if you actually can afford it.
Cooper's best 2 things.
So here we go, guys.
Turn off the will of cool, I don't need that.
So here we go, guys. The first roll of the game. Nice.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so just to explain to the stream and anybody who's not familiar with us doing RWBY, generally any result that comes out as 20 or more, unless there's something spectacular going off, generally 20 or more will pass, 15 or more if it's an easy roll.
Yeah, RWBY uses something called the rule of cool system, which instead of using d20s, uses a number of d10s. So instead of rolling a d20, you start with just two d10s plus whatever your modifiers are. And whenever you've earned what's called a rule of cool, which you either get through a natural 20, through your 2 base dice, or from describing what you're doing in a very interesting way, you gain a rule of cool, and that's an additional d10. And that boosts what you're doing so you can do more ridiculous shit and do it better.
Or fail even more spectacularly.
Yes.
So you actually have enough that you can get Mag something top of the line, or you can cheap out if you want.
I'll get her something about the same of what we got.
So you're going to cheap out then? You're not going to get her the new thing?
Well, I was going to say maybe not the new top level, but not exactly cheap out either. You know, something that's reasonably capable, but not ridiculous if anything happens to it.
Yeah, get her middle of the road, so we don't like it. If it breaks or it's dropped like little kids do, I won't be too terrible.
So you're going to get her like an old 7X then, okay.
Is that middle of the road? I don't know.
Well, it's like a 2-year-old model, so it's, you know, it's usable, it works. It's just something that's obviously, it's old and thus cheaper.
Does it have games?
Yeah, it has basic games.
So where would the 8 sit then?
The 8 would be like what you currently have. It's kind of new, it's kind of brittle and it works.
He'll get her the 8. I said what we had, the equivalent of what we have, so that.
Alright, just making sure. Alright, so you get her the X8, or the 8X actually.
Okay. So I'm assuming 23 is good enough for that.
Oh yeah. So I'm guessing while the shark is still filling up on pineapples, I'm guessing it doesn't take us long to find a pair of shoes to Meg's liking.
Well, she doesn't really have much taste in shoes. She just kind of like looks around. She's just looking for things that look pretty. It's not like she has a particular form that she's married to. So if you want to buy her anything in particular, like heavy boots or just basic tennis shoes or runners or something, it's up to you.
I'd probably want to get a something that's sort of nice that she could go to school in, if you know, for non-combat classes, or if she goes to a regular school, then to a regular school. Probably a pair of trainers for her to sort of knock about in. Oh my God, Von Holtz, that is too cute.
Yes! Yes!
For the stream, this is what Von Holtz just posted.
So Nikita found some new shoes.
And then perhaps some sturdy, lightweight boots or something that she can use to run around in, do something, you know, climbing, or if she wants to go to a combat school, she can use them for practices and that kind of thing.
See, something she can kick butt in.
With those shoes, she can always go barefoot.
Oh, God! For the stream members that don't know, Von Holt's character's Nikita is a bear faunus.
And
Just
that,
a bear
guys, is the first pun of the day.
No, we've had other bear puns, but that was the worst / best.
That was the first one that got a real reaction. Okay, so yeah, get a selection along those lines. I'm guessing maybe move to outerwear now.
Alright.
So again, start looking for coats, something nice, something she can knock around in. Ask her if she wants coats or a cloak or something. Monol just wants to ban people for bad puns.
Can't get rid of me because I'm actually in the stream.
For those of you who don't know,
only if they're entirely unbearable.
Oh, God, not that one again!
For those of you that don't know, RWBY is basically full of bad puns. There's a character who makes a pun about her own name, for God's sake.
There's a character who makes bad puns, and there's a character who only makes dad jokes.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
And then there's Joan, who is a bad joke.
But he's awesome! Fucking genderbender.
Oh man, that scene with the dress is pretty fun.
Well, it's a double joke because John is actually based off of Joan of Arc, like all the other characters.
All of that team were
Genderbend of an actual hero. Like Ren is Mulan, Nora is Thor.
Pyrrha is Hyrule, ain't she?
Pyrrha is Achilles.
Achilles, that's right.
And then John is She-Hulk.
Oh God, we've corrupted Monol already.
So as you ask her, and she kind of looks around, she seems to be getting more used to it, and she lets go of your hand and actually wanders around a little, and she starts to find like some heavy winter parkas, you know, lots of padding, has a little hood, and kind of like zip up and close up so that should be nice and warm.
I nod in approval. It's a choice. And now my stream chat is going to descend into bad puns for the rest of the stream. Oh well.
As is only fitting.
That sounds about right.
Well,
So yeah, again, something nice and something she can sort of knock around with, kick butt if she needs to, or just play in.
I think the boots Holtz just posted is superb for this. Holtz, why are you so good at finding little girls' shoes?
I'm good at finding anything you need for drawing or artwork or anything because I have Google Foo.
I must admit, I do like those boots.
Here's the mystical art of barefoot.
I've been doing this for Dre for a couple weeks now.
Fair enough. Okay, and as I glance across the top of the double serving area towards seasonal, what kind of stuff's in there at the moment?
Right, what was that?
As I sort of glance across the sort of double serving counter at the seasonal section, what do I see in there at the moment?
Well, it's winter, so you see actually a lot of Halloween stuffs there early stocked, and some of the knockoff summer wear, such as it is on clearance.
Summer wear in the frozen north. So the parka's only slightly less thick.
Okay, then I ask Mags if she wants to take a look over there, see if there's anything that she wants, see if anything catches her eye.
Yeah, Tonga's going to wander over there as well, now that he's stocked up on
pineapples.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder, is it possible to get a warranty on this phone? If they break it, I don't want to buy a new one.
And she looks at you and she smiles and says, like, well, for $15 you can get our 2-year warranty plan.
Make sure the warranty actually covers stuff and isn't just it.
Yeah, make sure it covers accidents as well as
general. Does it cover, like, accidents and possible explosions?
Ingram invasions, and...
Is it dust proof?
Yeah, I need something that can withstand,
Well, no, we don't need the scroll to withstand it. What we need is an insurance plan that will cover combat, accidents,
basically need the insurance plan for
being knocked off of the table and falling all of 6 inches and destroying the screen.
I need a plan that would be good for anyone who's going to be that's going to be around a hunter school with all its myriad of places it could accident. And that's what Cooper tells her.
She looks you over and she notices that you have like some red dust vials on your belt and goes, well, we don't cover in case of explosions.
I pipe across, just ask for the hunter's plan.
Yeah, well, what's the hunter's plan?
And she holds out a brochure and it has the warranty and a lot of its legalese and fine print and hands it out to you.
Cooper will go read this.
Cooper needs to assert that he is a man in this group of women.
Yes, and he's also not going to...
Again, also, for those who don't know, out of the main cast, there is one male. For whatever reason, reason, the rest of us went for faunus females.
Because it's funnier.
And technically there's only 2 males in all of the teams at the moment that I'm aware of.
And they're both in the store.
So, Cooper, you're going to throw me an endurance and discipline check, and as we go back to Harley, Mags is looking around, and she sees, like, a lot of the cheap little chintzy costumes that are being set out, and most of them are, like, you know, creatures of Grimm or creatures of myth, and, you know, evil faunus and so forth, and she's like, she doesn't really seem to be into it.
21. Does he manage to get through the brochure and not fall asleep?
Yeah, you managed to read through, and you can see a couple things that's not going to cover, which includes, like, immersion in water and being set on fire and dust accidents, but it otherwise seems like a sound plan.
Wait, doesn't cover water damage?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, most plants don't cover water damage.
Yeah, they don't.
We figure that you have to be kind of willfully stupid to do water damage.
We're talking about hunters here.
So we need a Cooper plan.
We're talking about people who actively seek out the most dangerous creatures in the land just to stop them attacking civilians.
You're lucky they give them any coverage at all.
True.
This place
we could just buy a waterproof case. I'll do that. Since I already bought the phone, I'll go and get a case, waterproof case, and then get the plan.
All right, throw me another wealth check.
Oh God, Monol. Doesn't cover fire damage. Not too hot of an insurance plan.
Really?
Okay. Cooper absolutely blows that out the water.
Yeah, so you can easily manage to get a really good case, and I'm pretty sure it's going to reasonably protect it along with the warranty.
2 more points, and that would have been perfect. Oh.
By the way, do you let Mags see the selection of cases? Or do you just buy one?
I figured maybe nice, like a little white thing where she could put stickers on it.
Oh, that works. Okay, so Mags doesn't see anything of interest in the seasonal aisle then.
Yeah. Do they have food and stuff in the housewares?
Do they have what?
Food.
Yeah, they do.
I don't suppose anywhere in here's got children's toys.
Yeah, there's a few in here in the seasonal for the Halloween stuff, and there's a few in housewares, but it's kind of just really narrow selection that you'd see out of like a pharmacy or a corner store. You know, not a huge selection, but you can see like puzzles and a couple of dolls or action figures and a couple of like toy cars and things like that.
Bag of army men and a bag of Grimm to fight with.
Yeah, I was thinking something like one of those little plastic footballs or something that she can sort of knock around with.
Hey, Harley.
Yep.
Question.
Go on.
You ever think about getting your mascot one of those Kitchen's First Gunblade kits? Or have you not thought of if she's going to a combat school or not?
I mean,
you know, the little kits where you...
I mean, Hitomi, would we have had this conversation with her by now, do you think? Or are you definitely wanting to leave that one until Fee is available?
Yeah, I think that would be better.
Yeah, it's going to be something that Fee's available, but it's also one of those things where it's like, Remnant seems to be a place where a lot of people are armed, so it wouldn't be unusual to have a weapon regardless.
Okay,
this is the Wild North.
In that case, I turn to Harley and ask her if she would like a weapon to a proper weapon to practice with.
You mean you turn to Mags? You are Harley.
You turn to
I turn into... Isn't there that scene where Nora basically does that, where she talks to herself and she flicks sides?
Yep.
My question is, do they have build your own weapon kits?
Probably not.
No, from what I understand from certainly at the RWBY era, it's something you do in your combat school. So I don't know if that's something the schools would provide.
Well, no, I was thinking like a little Nerf kit, so she can just play around with the idea of building her own weapon.
Yeah, it's like the idea of one of those build-your-own lightsaber things.
Yeah, do they not have those?
I mean, those would technically be classified as a children's toy, since it only shoots Nerf darts.
Yeah, okay. I'd ask,
It's
I asked
also
Mags,
a Nerf gun.
I asked Mags if she's interested in that.
And she seems excited, and she nods and looks up at Tonga and goes, "Really, Mr. Sharkman?"
Tonga will make the very difficult task of kneeling and then trying to get down to her level, which, considering he's 7'8", kind of hard. Yes. Let's get you a kitten's first gunblade.
And she lets out like a little squee and jumps a bit.
Tonga would then look up to Harley and go, I'm trying to resist the urge to pick her up and put her on my shoulders. But yeah, let's just find her a gunblade.
We are getting a child again.
Since you're kneeling down like that anyway, she like scrambles behind you when you mention it and like climbs up on your back and rides on your shoulder and like grabs your hair and one fist is in the air and goes, whee!
Tonga would look around, missing the child. Huh, I wonder where she went, and then promptly stand up.
Walk me closer.
Does that get a squeal of delight from her?
Yep. He goes, onward, horsey, and like kind of like pulls on your hair a little bit.
And then Tonga would promptly walk in the direction.
As Cooper's approaching, he just sees this and like, why do I expect this?
So as you get there, she pulls on your hair and goes like, whoa, horsey, whoa. And she's looking around and she sees a little selection and she like uses her foot to kind of nudge your arm to pick up one of them.
Okay.
Just going along with it.
Perfect, Vaughn. That is perfect.
So that's the image that Von just posted of Mags riding the great big shark faunus.
Image not suitable for feet. Well,
no,
definitely not. A fee.
Oh dear God, we have bought a child a gun.
No one's seen a gun.
Well, it's a toy gun. It's like the remnant equivalent of when you'd go into like a pharmacy and you get like a little cap gun revolver or something. But in this case, it's probably like a sword shotgun combo because it's remnant.
Yeah. So yeah, he'd pick it up, look over to Harley. You want me to grab this, or do you want to grab it?
I mean, we can grab it if you want, or you can grab it. That's entirely up to you. I mean,
fair enough.
It's a case of I know you suggested it, but we're quite happy to pick up that tab.
So wait, you grab the toy, and I'll make you lot dinner later.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I promise no seals will be involved. I'm actually talking, dinner, so like honeyed fish, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, sounds good.
To Nikita's ears instantly pop out with the bare mention of the word honey.
And fish.
Because she's actually over in the food aisle right now, like filling up a little basket with the little honey bear of honey.
Cooper looked over and is like, we need more than just honey.
Yeah, but you can put honey on anything.
You know honey will get the bear's attention, though.
Alright, so you're loaded up with clothes, boots, jacket, toy, pineapples, snoo scroll, and honey.
And a case.
And a case for the scroll.
Oh yeah, and can Cooper find a satchel?
Hey, dipped.
Just something nice to hold things in.
You're looking for one that's like really fashionable, or one that's just kind of utilitarian?
Yeah, more utilitarian.
Come on, it's Cooper. He doesn't go for fashionable because it's going to be singed within 2 hours of him buying it.
Yep.
Singed, exploded, shredded.
I mean, heck, his coat has fucking shrapnel holes in it. You don't care.
Alright, so yeah, you can find one and, just roll me another wealth check. It should be really easy to pass.
Von Holtz, that is how you get the shark's attention.
Yep.
Alright, so you managed to easily be able to afford one. You're still flush with cash, effectively.
Yeah. Rolled a 1 and a 9. That's great.
The rest of you, got anything else that you need to pick up or want to do here?
Tonga's still on the quest for more Aloha shirts and, well, other gifts of sorts. So he's just around searching. He'll probably follow them like a lost puppy, though, since, well, that's Tonga.
I think I'm good, so... Von Holtz, there's jumping the shark.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Von Holtz, there's jumping the shark, and then there's that. What is that?
That's a cat riding a unicorn riding a shark.
Personally, I think I love the Skyrim cat a bit more.
I don't know, the Skyrim cat's a bit meh to me, but that is just... What the fuck?
If Fee didn't have her whole phobia of sharks, I could actually see her wearing that. But she's got a phobia of sharks, so I can't wear that.
I think Fee may veto Max wearing that one.
So, who's rolling for all the clothes?
Well, I guess as I've been picking up the clothes, then that's something I'll grab. And I believe I was grabbing the toy gunblade, is that right?
Yep. If you can't handle all of it, Tonga would try and help.
Well, yeah, I suppose I'll leave Megs with you for the time being, because I don't need her to pay.
Yeah, I mean, she's riding Tonga, and as far as I know, no one said they took her down.
Alright, so...
Imagine that's getting a lot of attention. Just a tiny little child riding an extremely tall shark person.
Okay, so what did you say the role was for finances?
Will and discipline. That's what Cooper's good at. He's Mr. Moneybags.
As much as I'd love to roll that...
Actually, I went will and discipline because it was all the technological roles like hacking and building.
Yeah, Lens. Last time we played, the main team and what did you say the other team's called now?
Monarch.
Team Monarch all ran into each other because don't know if you remember, but Fee absolutely molested the bird nurse's wings.
Yes.
To the point we had to extract Fee's character for her own safety.
I still like the idea of Mockingbird. I did a little nicer.
And yeah, Linzabi, I also asked Fee before I finalized Tonga if I could actually play a shark faunus, because I was mindful of her phobia, and she said, like, yeah, don't worry about it. I checked like 8 times, and she assured me, you're fine.
Cool.
Go for it.
Alright, wealth check. Let's see how horrible this goes, because it's against a 4 and a 3.
Alright, you managed to afford it, but it's going to be kind of tight on your budget for a little bit. You still have money left, but you clearly put a dent to pick that all up.
Fair enough. So, yep, I grab all of that. Probably have an absolute fistful of shopping bag handles and that comedy scene where you've got, like, so many bags in your hand that they're actually forming a fan outwards.
And Tonga, with his shopping cart full of pineapples, Hawaiian shirts, and a few minor gifts, again, easily goes through, has plenty of money to spare.
Who buys a shopping cart full of pineapples?
Tonga.
Tonga.
When somebody asks, so essentially Tonga was going to go out and say, I'm going to go out to the store. Anything you want me to get? He was like, pineapples. So Tonga took it upon himself to go and get pineapples.
Yeah, the joke is, Tonga went, I'm going to go out and get some new shirts. Faye, in kind of a sleepy, joking manner, Okay, go get me a pineapple. Not expecting him to find either. Because it's winter in Atlas.
Yes, it's winter in the Arctic. They should even still be... Actually, I guess if it's that cold, they'd probably be well preserved.
Okay, again, for those who don't know the RWBY universe, there are...
4 main countries.
Four main countries, of which...
Vale and Vacuo.
Yeah, Atlas is kind of the combination... It's kind of like... I don't know. I suppose
Antarctica
Canada
and Russia?
Yes, kind of Canada and Russia and that kind of, oh my god, it's stupidly cold, too close to the Arctic Circle for anybody's good.
Here's the best way to describe Atlas. Take the military-industrial complex and add penguins. There you go.
Polar bears.
Penguins riding polar bears. Von Holtz?
Yes. Yeah. Von Holtz, make that happen on a t-shirt.
Kislev from Warhammer Fantasy scaled up to, like, the 22nd century.
Yeah. Actually, here's a bit of the thing. Put Newlin in Kislev. There you go.
Oh, God.
That's... Okay, that isn't what I asked for, but...
That's amazing!
I'll let that... That'll do.
Please share that with stream.
It's already on
the stream. That is Atlas.
I mean, it has everything we said and more. It's a penguin riding a polar bear. It has a machine gun, military-industrial complex, and then a fucking killer whale.
Just because you can.
That only a little bit colder. Also, there's evil creatures running around.
Atlas, as I understand it, not so many, thanks to the terrain.
So
Ice or evil
checking out
creatures?
it. The clerk looks over at Mags and recognizes her and says, "Sweetie, do you know where your aunts are?" Mags nods because Tonga's freaking huge and they're able to point over towards Harley and Nikita. And she kind of looks at it and wondering what's going on because obviously kids with a stranger, but
as I've finished paying, I'll probably walk over and see how things are going with Mags.
Easiest person to find in the store, someone who towers above everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
So I can't.
Actually, I'm going to ask the question.
I'm guessing Mags is still on his shoulders.
Is Megs in danger of hitting her head on the ceiling?
no, because the ceiling's like 30 feet tall.
It's a mall. It's like probably 2 floors.
If he walked outside the...
Yeah, she'd have to get off of his shoulders to go through the doors, but...
She may have to dodge a few low-hanging lamps and stuff or lights and such like that, or signs.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think signs would be the biggest hazard. So, I walk over and look up at Mags and ask her how she's doing.
She smiles and goes, "I didn't know there were so many of these spiky fruits."
I quizzically look at her spiky fruits, then look at the counter and the shopping cart, and then look at Tonga, and then look at Mags and go, "Yeah, there's a lot of them."
Cooper probably being the only one tall enough to reaches up and pats Mags on the head.
You probably have to jump up to do it. I mean, what do you say, Tonga? 7 foot?
7'8".
7'8" plus what? She's about 10, so about 4 foot of Mags.
Yeah, about 2 extra feet, considering sitting on the shoulder, so that's a hell of a jump.
Cooper's 6 foot something. I imagine he can barely tap the back of her head.
No.
There's no way now.
I'm like Cooper's height, then I'm not going to be able to reach like 9 feet into the air.
You can probably pat her on the knee or something.
Cooper's almost crotch height for Tonga.
No, he's only 6'3".
No, I was going to say it's 6'3". There's about a head and maybe a little bit difference.
Since you made your character ridiculously fucking tall.
Okay, like nipple height on Tonga.
And that's a lovely image.
Is it any worse than crotch height?
No. What did Nikita roll for?
I was rolling to see if I could help Money with the clothing, but
No.
Nikita seems to be poor.
Well, you are a runaway from a dirt poor village of inbred hillbillies, so...
They're not hillbillies, they're actually nobles. She's just a runaway.
So she's been cut off from the family allowance.
The noble hillbilly.
Because she wouldn't bang her brother.
Not just bang, but marry.
Yeah. I mean, we can't really blame her at that point, so...
So she looks over and she says, "Is it time to go?"
Yes, it is, unfortunately.
Okay. And you see her start to try to crawl down Tonga's back and arms and legs until she hits the ground.
I'd probably catch her.
Yeah, Cooper, I was moving Cooper over to catch.
Sliding down his tail like a slide of some sort.
Yeah, she probably does, actually.
And goes right off the tail into, like, Harley and Cooper both reaching for her, and like they come together from either side and they, like, smack heads into each other because they're both in a hurry.
Yeah, and then as we're just starting to pull away, recoiling from that, she collects us both and skittles us into one of the clothing stands.
Little tiny birds are flying around our heads.
Yeah. Mag's just sat there on top of this pile of human and faunus, beaming away.
Tonga's just going to look back to him. You could have asked me to kneel.
I put my hand up and say, "It's good. I think Mag's preferred it that way." Dust myself off and pick myself up.
Gives Tonga like a big smile and a wave and says, "Thank you, Mr. Tall Shark Man."
You're welcome.
So what I'm probably going to do is quickly ask the assistant if we can just quickly borrow one of the changing rooms for Mags to change into one of the sets of clothes.
Yeah, and she lets you, and she points out where it is, over down by the shoe section.
Cool. So, yeah, we go off and let Mags get changed into one of the outfits she likes, and is that it for this one? Are we taking a walk out to the bikes?
Yeah. So when she comes back out, she has one of her new T-shirts on and the big puffy winter jacket and her new bear shoes. And...
Cool.
Is she wearing the cat riding the unicorn riding the shark, or one of the others?
I'm hoping kitty lasers.
Whichever one Harley wants, because...
I'm gonna say... the one that says "You can't see me, I'm invisible," with the panda covering its eyes.
Alright.
I guess we all move back then.
No, Lens Hobby, this is not the bear we're talking about. We're talking about the little cat girl. Nice try.
Yeah.
One of the little cat girls.
The bear is Nikita.
All right, so I guess we ride back to our dorms.
I think he was making a joke about the little bear shoes.
Yeah.
Well,
we have other things we probably should do.
if you can't think of anything else to do, I will point out that you wanted to investigate the bandits you caught, and if they are free or something, you probably want to hurry on that before they get to the ground.
Yeah, what I was thinking of was dropping Mags back off safely with the others.
You don't want to get into a combat situation and, well, got to deposit all the groceries.
Yeah.
Harley could take everything, and me and Cooper and Nikita can head off and look into that.
Sure, yeah. So I'll take Mags in the shopping back, and
just to help you so you don't necessarily have to split the party, it's like Tonka is there, and he would be heading back to the same place.
Well, then again...
Yeah, he arrived on twin assault rifles riding a sled of metal, though.
Yeah, no.
No. We might be bad parents who kidnapped the child we have, but we're not that bad.
We might be bad parents, but we're not reckless and irresponsible.
Sure about that?
Well, Harley and I
are mine. One of you got everyone else involved in the mob.
I still can't believe Fiora insisted on us adopting Max, though.
I'm not surprised.
But, there's a level of irresponsible not even we are.
Alright, yeah.
And that's...
Harley is taking them back, and Cooper and Nikita, what are you going to do to try to find a lead on your missing bandits?
They'll probably go to the guards we dropped them off at near the gate.
Are you going to ask them the normal way you asked them, or are we just going to be straightforward and ask them?
I was going to ask him, what happened to the people that were the criminals that were dropped off by us yesterday?
I really think we should take Mags back first and then get Harley.
Well, here's the thing. We have scrolls. We can talk to each other.
Yeah.
So you guys can start getting the lead together, and I can drop Megs off, find out where you're going to be in half an hour, or where you are now, and ride out to you. Back to the city overview.
Yep. As you say that, the kid is looking over at you, and kind of when Cooper's looking away, she's kind of like waving her hands like, "Don't leave me with him."
Well, in that case, I walk back across and ask her if she ask Nikita if she wants to take Mags back.
Yeah, I can do that.
And say if Mags is okay with that, of course.
And she nods.
I let her know that me and Cooper are going to look into the bad people that we picked up on the way into the city. We just want to make sure that everything's fine with that.
Oh yeah, before anything happens, Cooper's gonna make sure Max gets a little phone. Or scrawled.
First thing we do is we put all of our information in it.
Yes, to call any one of us.
She seems to be a bit disappointed as you take it over to put everyone's information in, because she kind of wanted to play around with it, but she waits patiently while you're doing everything necessary.
I'd say it probably doesn't take us that long.
And when she hears that you're going after the people, she's like, "Is Cooper gonna blow him up again?"
I'm sure Cooper won't have to blow anybody up this time. Right, Cooper?
This time, at the moment, we're just going to go and talk to some of the city guards. So, if Cooper starts needing to blow something up, then we probably really need it to happen. But unless it's really, really bad, no, Cooper won't be blowing anything up. Okay?
On the note of that, you guys want my number so you can call for backup from our team in case you need it?
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea.
We can do that.
Okay. Tonga would then give them his number.
And Harley would give hers back in return.
Yep.
Yay, social link up.
Yay, social media.
When you absolutely positively must have suppressive fire in excess, call Tonga.
Get everyone up on Dust Book.
You mean, and not the bear that's carrying the "it's not an MG42" honest?
It's not an MG42. It's an axe attached to an MG42.
Alright, would it be Dust? Would we have Dust Book or Grimface? Grimspace.
Probably Dust.
No one uses Grimspace anymore.
Ooh.
Well, except for the goths and the emos, anyway.
Yeah, but they don't count.
Besides here, it's probably SheNet.
Myshni?
Your Myshni? Yeah.
Snoogle. Instead of Google, Snoogle.
Snoogle.
Yeah, so I guess Harley and Cooper head off.
Yeah.
Headdie, image spam.
What the fuck?
Tabletop.
What the actual...
What in the blood-soaked Protestant hell?
What is me and Stream actually looking at? Well, I know what we're looking at, but why does this exist?
Because Cakes is bored, apparently.
You do know that the look on that cat's face is, I will kill you when you sleep.
I will kill you. It will be slow. It will be painful.
And it will happen.
God grief.
So I guess by the kind of writing, Cooper thinks about it a little bit and is like, I think some of these things are connected.
I pipe up and ask what things.
Think about it. In Mantle, they were producing some kind of drug with dust. They mentioned cash for some kind of revolution or something. And then people stealing massive quantities of dust. Why would you need massive quantities of dust like that unless you're producing something else in massive quantities?
Or you're preparing to do a lot of fighting.
Well, as I said, revolution was mentioned at the drug place. They're getting their funds and their dust. The only question is, why did Atlas not take these people in?
No, the question is, if it's so blatantly obvious what's going off, why hasn't Atlas seen it yet?
I mean, it's Atlas. A lot of these people seem like they have their heads up their asses.
I can't believe a city as wealthy as this won't have some people who are alert to possible outside threats. I mean, yeah, most of them seem like arrogant ponces, but sometimes even an arrogant ponce has a brain cell. But yeah, we need more information. And yeah, finding out what the guards did with those goons we picked up, I think is a good start.
Alright, so we go. It's about a 30-minute ride out to the outer city checkpoint where you drop them off, and you come to a halt, and there's 3 Atlas guards that are on duty, and just the small little gate shack. It doesn't even have like a bar that lowers to stop traffic. They just kind of like wave people through or not.
Okay, in that case, I I'll find a convenient parking space near the shack and walk up quietly to the guard. Not quietly, but walk up calmly to the guards. Pleasant smile on my face.
And you see that two of them are still watching traffic, but one of them seems to be supervising. Eventually catches his eye on you and starts watching you really carefully, and you can see that he's trying to size you up.
Well, in that case, I probably give him a joyful wave and walk over to him. I'm guessing from the fact that he's not actually doing any of the legwork that he's the guy in charge.
Yeah, that tends to be the truth.
So I walk up to him and cheerily say hi to him.
Cooper would just kind of walk over, nod.
Alright, he looks at the two of you and he sees a standard Atlas soldier. He's in his armor, he has his assault rifle, and he goes, "What can I do for you, citizen?"
Hi, I'm Harley. This is Cooper. We dropped off a bunch of thugs yesterday from an ambush on a Sneedus truck. Now, we actually turned into the Combat Academy last night, and he said there was no reports of anything like that on the military network, the headmaster. So that got us a bit confused. So I just wanted to sort of follow up on that, because that's kind of a bit scary that people like that are going missing in the system.
We're just a little concerned.
So he looks at you and he's frowning a little and he goes, "Who did you talk to last time?"
Just who was ever at the gate last night.
I then sort of mentioned what time it was approximately that we came through. And explains that it was with a Schnee dust truck.
He thinks about it and he goes, "Well, that would have been Sergeant Berg last night, but he didn't show up this morning."
Holly crooks an eyebrow.
Oh, it happens, He probably went out on the town, got drunk, and just forgot to show up at his post, and he'll wash up sooner or later. The MPs will drag him in.
Okay, Holly nods. I mean, she's not well enough versed in sort of military or big city kind of goings on, so she doesn't really know if that's true or not. So
okay,
she then asks.
For a moment. What did you say?
Sorry?
My Discord flipped out for a moment, and everything you just said went blank for me.
Okay, so the sergeant in charge of the gate when we came through is currently AWOL. Everybody thinks that basically he got pissed up on the town and didn't show up for his duty this morning. So MPs are looking for him to haul him in for being drunk instead of being on duty. And then, like I said, because Harley's quite a small town girl, doesn't really know much of the goings on with the military or sort of big city life to know whether to challenge that or not. So she's just kind of going along with it at the minute. And I was about to ask, did you say it was the sergeant in charge of the gate?
Yep.
So I was just about to ask the sergeant what the procedure would have been for somebody turning up with outlaws like that.
So looks and he says, "Well, normally they'd be held up in the holding cell. Papers would be processed through the system, and in the morning shift, change the MPs would come by and carry them off to the stockade."
Is there any way we can contact the stockade to see if those prisoners arrived?
And he goes and he puts his hand up to his helmet and says, just wait a minute, and he seems to like tap a comm link or something. Says, "Yeah, Charlie, do you got any records on a prisoner transfer last night from Outpost 86 to the Stockade?"
Something seems very wrong here.
Harley shrugs, but it's like at the moment there's not much we can do, so...
So you hear him listening for a little bit, and he nods a bit, and he frowns a bit, and he looks back at you, and he says, "Sorry, kid, there ain't no record of that. Are you sure that this was the right place?"
Harley nods, and it's like, yeah, we definitely came through here. So I guess whatever reason the guys we dropped off fell out the system before the morning shift turned up. And
you see him frown, and he goes, "That shouldn't happen."
Yeah, that seems wrong.
Would there be any records here of them being dropped off?
I mean, at the very least, there'd have to be a video recording.
Yeah,
go to the video.
Yeah, there should be. And it's like, just give me a moment, and you hear him tap on the comm again, and he goes, "Yeah, Charlie, can you pick up the security records for Outpost last night?" And again, he waits for about 45 seconds, and he looks over at you and says, "There's no record from last night."
No record at all?
He seems very perturbed by that as he goes, "No record at all."
I think that means you have escaped convict somewhere in Atlas. Someone who knows how to hack your system, even. I would get on that.
I sort of, you know that hand gesture where you put your hand out to the side at sort of shoulder level, and you kind of, with your hand horizontal, kind of start waving up and down a bit, you know, and that sort of just back off a minute, I'm trying to think kind of gesture. I sort of make that at Cooper.
He looks at you too, and he says, "Thank you for bringing this to my attention. This will be a internal security matter now. I advise you to please return to where you were, and we'll take care of this." You see him turn around, and he walks back off into the outpost, and you can hear him tap on the comm link again, and he starts talking very sternly and very quietly to Charlie.
Okay, well, what I do is I quickly scribble down where we're staying and Harley's contact details onto a piece of paper, and sort of quickly dash up behind the sergeant, tap his shoulder, slip him the piece of paper, and let him get on with his job.
He takes it up, but he's obviously very distracted by a sudden shitstorm that just dropped in his lap.
What's to hear? Like overhear someone is perception and what again?
Discipline,
perception and will, I think.
Will?
I thought for a perception.
It's either will or discipline.
Well, if it's discipline, add one more to this. But can they overhear anything?
Well, he's heading into the outpost. You can hear him say, like, "Charlie, we got up the alert on Sergeant Berg. I think this is more just a case of drunkenness." And then he's quiet for a bit, and he says, like, "God damn it, do it right now." And then he, like, closes the door behind him, and you can't hear anymore.
Well, whatever's going on, at least the Atlesian military is actually doing something. Better to have them on alert than sitting not knowing what's about to happen.
Yeah, it would certainly seem that whatever's going off is localized in some way. But where do we go next? I mean, we obviously...
And by now, Nikita would have dropped off mags and the stuff at the barracks, and she would be ready to go again.
when I call them up on the scroll.
Yeah, I guess
when we get the call, I kind of look quizzically at Cooper and say, would we be best talking about this back at the dorm?
Probably not. Probably best. Scrolls can be hacked. Probably just
I'm
not.
just more thinking about, despite my cloak, I'm freezing my tits off out here.
Nipply.
Indeed.
Rock hard.
Oh God.
How do you think Tonga feels? He doesn't actually have a shirt. He just has the open aloha.
He's a permanent Hawaiian boy. He doesn't care about hot or cold.
Nope. No, it is not. Endothermic. Why do you think he eats all the damn seals?
I mean, let's face it, sharks live in some pretty damn cold water.
Yep.
Alright, so you're going to tell Nikita to hold up and you're going to head back?
Yeah, I'm going to explain that we hit a bit of a roadblock at our ends and we need to talk things over about what to do next. So that we're heading back.
Alright.
Something, seems wrong with this.
Would we have Mags here, or would she be maybe in the room on a scroll, wearing out the battery?
I mean, yeah, she's here because Nikita dropped her off here, but...
No, I was to say, would she be in the little break room area, or would she be in the dorm?
They're probably watching TV or something.
Alright, cool. So yeah, we get back and we recount to Nikita what turn of events we found. About the fact that there doesn't seem to be any record of us even being there last night, let alone dropping people off for interrogation, and that the sergeant in charge of the gate is rather absent at the moment.
So the whole sergeant is missing, the one we dropped him off with.
Yep, the sergeant is missing, and I won't be surprised to find if his men from his shift are also missing.
Has Tonga made it back yet?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. First thing Tonga's going to do is he's going to walk right on up to Faye, take one of the pineapples, look at her sleeping on the couch, place it on her chest, move one hand over to hold the pineapple, move the other hand over to hold the pineapple, pat her on the head, and then walk away.
She's just going to wake up cuddling a pineapple.
So, what did he put a pineapple under her head?
No, what he's done is she's presumably either laying on her side or laying on her back. He's put the pineapple right up to her chest, and then positioned her arms to hold it in place while he walks off.
You're cuddling a pineapple.
Yes.
Well, I think this does get her to wake up. She blinks a few times, sees the pineapple, doesn't know what to do for a moment, then finally gets up.
Does she even have any recollection of the conversation about picking her up a pineapple?
Well, I think then she flies up a little bit, so she's actually eye level with Tonga, gives him a quick a kiss on the forehead, then flutters off to the kitchenette and starts slicing the pineapple.
At the kiss, Tonga's head would just go that anime red, his gills would start expelling steam, and then he'd just kind of fall over in an anime faint.
Is that when Faye gets to the counter, is that when she sees all the rest of the pineapples?
Yep.
Yeah, by the way, it's also all that because she was sitting on her bed sharpening her halberd. So she's just like staring at Tonga with the most disgusted face you could ever imagine.
I love it, like there's a serious conversation about like conspiracy and somewhere in Atlas, and then there's just pineapple antics going in the background.
RWBY in a nutshell. Oh dear.
now would also be the time to point out that when everybody else finally gets to their room, everybody finds something on their bed. Like, Nikita finds a honeypot shaped pillow. Akima ends up with a bunny face pillow. Harley and Megs end up with like mouse face pillows. Cooper ends up with a monkey face pillow.
I am going to murder you.
Saru ends up with like a human smiley face pillow. Tonga gets a plush, like a seal plushie. Camilla ends up with like a shield plush.
Yeah, by the way, that shield, it's torn up on the window with the following note, "Go fuck yourself."
And then Mika and Camilla, or Cammy, end up with bunnies as well.
Yeah, the bunny, you don't know where it is. It's gone. It's just simply gone. And Mika's, well, it's floating in a corner of the room. You don't know why.
But anyway.
Cooper looks at Harley and Nikita and says, "We probably should keep this at least to ourselves for the most part. At least until we know more of what's going on."
They're too busy worrying about pineapples.
Yeah, he's more keeping this just in general. I mean, we probably should tell Saru and Akima when they get back, but this is quite strange, and I don't like one bit of it.
The fact that somebody seems to be able to, I don't know, I guess buy off a checkpoint shift.
Buy off is the least of my worries.
Holly crooks an eyebrow.
Well, there's buying off and there's ending up in a ditch.
Holly sticks her elbows on the table and kind of cups her hand together under her chin. Do you have any thoughts, Nikita?
I don't know. This is weird that, is it corruption with authorities? I mean, it seems like they were concerned, so maybe it's just corruption with this particular person. But what's the chances that that person would be the one we've run across?
I'll kind of, I'll recount my theory to her about the drug being connected to the dust, the dust robbers and who attacked us. Maybe a connection to the drug thing, and then wondering what's this? Who is this group, and what are they actually planning?
I mean, like you say, they did mention about a revolution of some sort.
And if that, I mean, even if that warehouse required that whatever they were making required a tiny amount of dust, just to make all of that, they'd need a lot of dust.
Well, the warehouse, though, they were all faunus. The guard was human, wasn't he?
I mean, here's something else. How do you get the dust back into mental? I mean, if you say it takes up so much dust to make all of that...
Maybe the tunnel collapse, which caused us Grim, wasn't caused by the miners. That's just my first thought. Best way to get around walls is to you have to either go through them, over them, or under them.
And you're thinking, but surely the tunnel users, tunnel runners, would keep him clear of Grim?
I don't know. It's all theory at this point.
Well, why would they be stealing truckloads if they were getting it out other ways?
Well, I'm on about getting it back in to make the drugs. So unless the dust was sourced locally, given the mines were in the city.
Well, I mean, if the mines were sourced locally, they'd be watched over by, Schnee, and it'd be a lot harder to just steal something directly from the mine and get it over there, because the Schnee authorities would notice it was being stolen before it got transported. If it got hijacked during transportation, they're not going to think it's back in the city.
Why not just buy the dust as it's coming out of the mines? Make your drugs with it, use the profit to fund whatever else they're up to.
Someone would notice that.
Yeah. I mean, you're buying a lot of dust. It's a lot easier to say a lot of dust went missing during a random raid, and I mean, we heard this isn't the only raid that's been going on.
At that point, it's easier to pay to sneak it in than it is to actually pay for it, probably.
A lot less suspicious, too.
So, what do we do? I mean...
I can't believe we're talking about how to launder dust.
Well,
I think that's what we can do right now.
Let's go less theory crafting. What do we have? We have a copy of the coordinates that was on the thug scroll. Do we want to check that out? See if there's anything we can find out there?
Probably a little late now.
Or would that just be an obvious trap of some sort?
Well, that and the fact that it's way outside of town, we'd have to get away from classes and such.
We could go on the weekend, but...
Alright, any of
Well, actually, as he said, I have to
Sorry, Kuru?
Or you could ask someone from Team Monarch to cover for you.
No, we're thinking about this. I mean, the best case, we could go during the weekend because we don't want to miss our classes, but even this one, we can't really because, well, I'm stuck in detention because of some people.
Holly grins.
Did we get you sent to detention?
But remember the headmaster said that the team's mistakes were Cooper's mistakes.
But we didn't make a mistake. He got detention because he was late to class.
No, he got detention because you didn't do your homework. He got demerits because he was late to class.
Ah, okay.
Zen, you've put too much thought into that.
Okay. Wait, what? Too much thought into what?
How to get the dust in and out of the city.
God help you if it's red dust and you sit
I was
down.
going to say, yeah, if that was red dust and you somehow trigger your aura. Oh boy. That's
any worse than the brown dust.
Oh god, the brown dust, the acid.
Oh no!
Then again, I think any dust except any dust but pretty much water and air would probably be incredibly painful.
Could you imagine the farting afterwards?
Oh god.
Anyway. So what other options do we have? We can, I suppose, some of us at the weekend can run up and down the road, see if we can catch any ambushes.
Yeah, I mean, the least we could do is scout, but
I have a feeling we're going to find those ones we captured back out there.
Probably not.
No, they've got a day's head start on us.
And especially, I mean, if all the ones we captured escaped, that would be including the one we got the information from, so they're likely to move wherever they were going.
Oh, but I mean,
what
I mean is we're likely to run into them and the rest of their gang again.
Well, I mean, if we're going to do anything about these raids, then we probably are going to end up, you know.
No, I don't think there's much we can do for now. Unfortunately.
Well, what we're going to do, shuffle off to bed, or...
I was going to say, as you're sitting there, like, Mags is watching TV, and she looks back at you and goes, "What did Cooper do?"
I didn't do anything.
I look over towards the TV.
And you see it is a news story that's covering something that looks very familiar from class yesterday. It looks like the same village that you were in. And if you remember, that village was based on a real place and a real battle. Except this one time it looks like, well, it was on the losing end of things.
Wait, what? Does it look like it's damaged in the same way we damaged it, or...?
Not specifically. I mean, there's fires set, there's bullet holes everywhere, there's buildings that have been ripped apart, there's fires that, because the footage is far out, you have a hard time making out, but you're pretty sure it's like a mass pyre for humanoids. As you look on, they're talking about...
Mags, even Cooper would struggle to do that.
Yeah, Mags, maybe you should get to your room. We shouldn't be watching this.
And she says, "Oh, okay," and she gets down and she starts heading.
So kind of, she gets into her room, we kind of turn up the news.
I shout across to the others in the room and say, "Guys, you want to see this?" So to Faye and Tonga.
Yeah, Tonga, get up, walk over, and sit down on the couch.
Alright, let me pull up reference images, because I actually have a couple.
Yeah, I'll be back my drinks.
Do you want to drag Tonga and Faye up there?
Yeah, Faye would
don't have
return.
rights.
And shares a cut of pineapple with people.
So you see a man like that. He's being interviewed and he's talking about, well, they came in with no warning. There's this like loud roar and there's all these bicycles and he clarifies himself. He goes motorcycles and they started coming in and they're just shooting down everyone in the village and lighting houses on fire, and I don't even know what they wanted. They just came through as all these faunists that just slaughtered us, and they never asked for mercy or God, it is horrible. Everyone's dead. Everyone's dead. And you just see him start to like break down, and he just kind of, you see his eyes just shut down in horror.
Holly's fists clench and go white. Just cold, simmering anger.
Cooper is the he'll be quiet, continue watching. He's thinking. There's clearly like he's thinking about things, but
And they show the other, as the interviewer explains, the only other survivor of the massacre of the village of Novask, and this little, like, 12-year-old girl. She goes up and she tells her story, and she talks about how she was hiding under the floorboards of her house when the Faunus came in. And, you know, her parents were curled up in the corner and trying to protect her brother, and how they, like, just riddle them with bullets. And, you know, you just see her, and she's, like, crying, and she's, like, sad and angry, and she's screaming out, like, why did they do this? Why did people let them? Why is this happening? And she just utterly distraught and crushed.
Hardy starts punching the, I presume it's like a sofa type thing we're sat on. Just starts punching the cushion next to her.
And eventually it cuts off the interview and it goes back to the newsroom, and they say like the survivors have been moved into the city of Atlas, and there's a really fund being raised for the village of Novask and the 2 survivors, and gives like contact information for it.
Well, this certainly isn't how Faunus win points with people.
And eventually they
hide your
point
trait,
out,
minor.
like, they start going off on like why the village of Novask is famous, and how it was like kind of proof that Atlas was strong enough to expand and the military could protect people in the mission 5 years ago with Marnie, the Steel Wall, Valerius, and you know, the source of pride that the nation took in comfort of, and what a grand tragedy it is. And they're obviously playing up sort of the emotion of that impact.
Kuba kind of looks at Tanya. I don't think these Faunus wanted to win points with anybody.
I know, but this is senseless.
This is what happened at my last combat school.
I look over to Tonga, like, explain now kind of face.
Long and short of it is, combat school went out, trained few students on the lower ends of Grim, you know, like you do. And then in the middle of all of it, bandits had herded some more, well, stronger Grim than we could handle, and then attacked in the midst of it, also they could attack a town without worrying about the local hunters being in the way. My last boss died that day.
My eyes soften, and Holly just apologizes to Tonga.
Oh, you don't need to apologize to me. I'm partially to blame. It was my parents who were leading the attack.
Wait, your parents led the attack?
2 of them are dead now. I've still got 1 left on my list.
It's Grim?
No. The Grim are all dead.
3 parents is kind of grim.
Well, no.
So,
Mom's dead,
Grim, I just have to say,
Dad's still alive. Yeah, Mom's dead, brother's dead, Dad's still alive. Need to fix that in the future.
With this new information,
Did your family ever talk about a revolution?
Far as I know, my family just wanted an easier way out. We were nothing but farmers. Well, we were farmers until I went over to combat school because I discovered, hey, I can fight. I should do something with this. They just wanted an easy way out. They might have been picked up by revolutionaries who were sick of being treated like, well, Faunus. It's all really just a red haze to me at that point. First time I've ever run out of ammo.
When Nikita saw that story, she went over and sat down on the table again, pointedly.
Holly walks over to Tonga and just sort of takes one of his hands and covers it in both of hers as much as she can, with the size difference I'm presuming there are between them.
Yeah.
I think Cooper's just gonna head out, take a walk, think about this for a few moments. Things are in his head. Things are not adding up, and yet, the things that do add up, he doesn't like the idea of this.
Tonga's just gonna pat Harley on the head, smile, that big old sharky smile that he tries to mute at some, not too much success. Says, you ever need help taking out bandits, you call me.
Just hold on a second, Tonga. I don't know. Harley thinks for a moment before saying any more, and then kind of takes the decision for herself. When we came into town, or when we came into the city, we dropped off some bandits which ambushed us on the way through. They were ambushing Schnee dust trucks. And, well, the short of it is, we handed them over to the authorities and then they disappeared. So, I'm wondering if by whatever coincidence or whatever you believe in for these things, we picked up some allies of theirs.
And let me guess, yesterday when you went over to the headmaster, you let him know this. He didn't find anything because, well, today you had reason to go down there.
Yes, we recounted to the headmaster why we were late and explained that a big part of it was the fact that we had to sit and wait for a few hours for recovery trucks to come and dig out the dust truck we were riding shotgun for. Like I say, we dropped these idiots off at the checkpoint, and when the headmaster went to look it up on the system, he said he couldn't find any records. So obviously we went up to the checkpoint today to see what they know, and there is no record of anything. The sergeant on the gate is missing. There's no record of any prisoner transfer, and apparently there's no video recordings from that night.
So in light of this, and I know it might seem a bit daft, think we should give the headmaster a heads up? Or do you think he's already in the loop?
I don't know. The guards we spoke to seemed to be pretty... I don't know if they necessarily believed us about it all, but the fact that the video recordings were missing surprised them. So, I don't know. I don't think it's... If there is anything going off, it kind of seems to me like it's bits and pieces rather than the whole. So, yeah, I think asking the headmaster for advice wouldn't be out of the question.
Yeah, he'd probably just tell us to sit and wait, see what happens.
He strikes me as the kind of guy who appreciates initiative, though.
Yeah, appreciates initiative. Just don't miss your homework.
Yeah, definitely.
So, do you want to start off with a lighter note to try and get our heads around things? Or calm down on things? Or do you want to take action on this? Because we still got Kitten's first gunblade that we need to help Mags assemble. And then we've got this issue, or you've got this issue.
Okay. I think, yeah. let's do the gunplay. I think I need to calm down before I start thinking about this too much more.
Kitten's first gunblade it is.
Yeah, let's go and say hi to Mags. Make sure she understands everything's going to be okay, because I think that shook her up a bit. So yeah, we walk in. As we walk past, I kind of look at Nikita. Does she look at us? Is she kind of completely out of it, or?
She actually looks like the news story had her kind of scared.
In that case, as we go past, I probably take Nikita by the hand and as firmly but gentle as I can, sort of insistently tug at her to follow us.
I'll be in just a bit.
Okay. Well, we're just gonna help. We're just gonna help Mags with the gunblade. See if we can distract ourselves a little bit. If you want to talk, come find me, okay?
Just to interrupt you here, Cooper, check your journal / handouts.
Oh god.
Worry not. And follow directions. Rest of you can keep going.
Okay. So I go in.
Suddenly terrified.
Smile at Mags.
Can you not video me?
Sorry. Family moment. So yeah, I walk in and.
I wish don't film like that. That's rude. No.
Can you not shout?
You cut off there, Headdie.
Sorry. Stepson's winding my wife up.
Right.
So yeah, I walk in and smile to Mags and say hi to her and ask her she wants me in Tonga and anybody else who might possibly want to help her with the gunblade.
Yeah, that Tonga's actually going to take off his backpack, set it down, and start kind of disassembling his rifles as a example.
I guess we kind of just sit around the central area and just spread everything out across the floor as we need.
And as an unexpected addition, Cal just sits there beside Stonga, just watching.
Fair enough.
She actually begins to disassemble her own halberd, and she looks at Mags with that face of, "Come here, I'm gonna tell you something."
Sorry for being quiet, I'm handling a few...
No, sorry, I just cut off. And she begins to explain how to disassemble weapons and the safety procedures that you should go through in doing so.
Alright, so Max is like plopped down on the floor, like legs spread, and she has her kit set out before her, and she's trying to follow your instructions. She hadn't actually read the instructions that came with, she just kind of tossed those aside, because real men don't read instructions, or real faunus in this case. Throw me a perception and discipline anyone who wants to actually instruct her to see how well you instruct her.
I don't think there is my... I don't think it's there yet.
Well, sure, in the real world, children play with Legos. In this world, they build weapons.
Can someone roll me a something +6? You know, 5 for discipline, 1 for perception.
We're not doing too well here. What is going on with
I'll
these
go to
dice
the
rolls?
Apparently, all of you are bad at child's toys.
Well, no, you start giving her like somewhat correct but contradicting instructions that lead her to like trying to have it half assembled the wrong way and then having to redo it. And someone else starts instructing her and it goes the other wrong way, and then she starts redoing it, and she finally has one that looks kind of right except the weapon's pointed the wrong way.
Then we find that one piece that we've somehow managed to assemble completely against all theoretical ability to put it together, yet we've somehow managed it.
Somehow, in the end, you've assembled 2 weapons. You don't even know how.
Then you get to that point where there's a key piece still left on the floor, and we go, where does that go? And take it all apart again, and eventually get there.
It takes you about like an hour before you finally get it. It's almost as hard as doing a Transformer figure, which only kids from the 80s will remember.
Oh, I know what the old Transformers were like.
But she finally has her little like gunblade shotgun combo kit with its like little Nerf buckshot.
Nice.
And she stands up and she smiles and she's beaming at you. And remember, Chaco, you have another note.
I walk over to Mags and give her a hug and say good girl to her.
And she like eventually hugs you back, and it's like the first time that she actually hugged you back.
At that, I just completely envelop her and just kind of snuggle my face into her hair a bit, and
it's okay for like a few seconds, but then you like hear like please,
at which point I kind of spring back and crouch down and go, I'm sorry.
And she takes a few big breaths, and she's still kind of like smiling, and she has her little gunblade, and she's like swinging it and twirling it around, and she looks pretty happy.
I kind of dodge between swings and kind of muss her hair a little bit.
So, Cooper, are you okay with what's going on?
Yes, from what the notes you sent me, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I had to step away for a minute. Did I miss anything interesting?
Just the most fail rolls going for trying to put together a kid's toy.
And apparently Cooper's on his own without supervision.
Literally, we rolled a 9 and a 5, an 8 and a 7, and a 9 and a 7.
Well,
what kind of roll is it?
Perception and discipline.
Since we don't actually need to be in the barracks visually right now, we're going to cut over towards where Cooper's going.
I think Fee would offer to help put it together. Her discipline and perception, or perception is 5, discipline is 3. So I would hope she would have a decent chance of putting that together.
Alright,
so...
down by the south entrance.
Oh, okay.
See the big set of double doors with the shout people just going, yeah.
Wait, Cooper's going to another nightclub?
He ended up there. Tommy's been making me do rolls in secret.
Oh, no.
This is what happens when he goes up. I didn't know what Hitomi had planned. I'm going to say that now.
As soon as you get there, you see it's a pretty lively dance club. You see there's a bunch of people that are your age in there, and some that are a little older, so you're not really unusual in the crowd. It's the early evening, so the place is like still actually building up to full tempo. You got the DJ sitting behind the desk, working out some techno dance club stuff right now.
I'm just remembering what happened last time Cooper walked into these.
And you find that you can't see who you're actually looking for around here. At least not yet. And you see, as you walk in, the guy is behind the table to your left. He calls out for you to halt, and he says, you gotta pay the cover charge.
Okay.
So it's just like a $20 cover charge. He says it covers your first 2 drinks.
Do I have to roll for that, or?
No, it's just 20 yen.
It's so small. I mean, knowing me, I'll probably double credit it and be like, yeah, here you go.
Oh.
Does he check in weapons too?
No. You need to check in weapons. It seems to be a fairly relaxed place. It's not full of armed goons.
That is already a better sign than last time Cooper went to one of these.
So this isn't a replica of Junior's place, then?
Oh, it's a replica of something, but it's not the same as the last time they went off alone. Anyways, also check your notes.
Okay.
Cakes has already declared that Cooper's getting us involved in the mob again.
Just looking at my the hidden rolls, it's beautiful.
Yes, it is. Anyways, you have new directions.
Oh god. No one.
And you see who they're talking about just outside the door.
They appear to be blank.
Do they? Oh, damn it. Give me a moment. It's in the wrong field. There, you should be able to read it now.
Let me read through this. I guess you can talk about the failure with the toy while I'm doing this.
So, are any of you actually concerned that Cooper's off alone, or didn't check up on him, or are you just letting him be at it?
Well, I mean, you've just said that we spent an hour just on the toy alone, and then Cooper disappeared off before we even went into that room, so I'm guessing he's had, what, an hour and 10, an hour and 20 minutes unnoticed?
This would be a time where it's like you finishing up with the toy and everything, and this is going on about the same time.
The news story got Nikita distracted.
So at the moment, Harley and I presume Tonga is distracted by Mags waving around this semi-dangerous kid's toy.
Tonga's easily distracted. Will and perception of 1, so yeah, he's easily distracted.
Oh god, that's horrible.
How did you get both will and perception as 1?
Perception's my dump stat. It would be 0 if Honest couldn't take the +1 for perception.
Got you.
So we have a ADHD shark.
Yes.
With a boob fixation.
Fair enough.
It's just how people have triggered it, that's all.
Okay, tell me.
I mean, feel free to roleplay it out in your own way. Just keep the note in mind.
I'm not really sure how to.
I guess I suppose after another 10-20 minutes of play, Harley might notice that Cooper's not about.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of where to begin this.
It's okay, just relax and, go for it.
I wasn't exactly expecting it. I guess Cooper just kind of mosey on into the club, kind of looking around for anyone if anyone has a weapon, because last time you went into one of these places, Mafia.
Well, far over to your right, you can see some people lounging around that are also, judging by their looks, students at the academy, and one of them you might actually recognize if you remember.
That white-haired bastard's a Schnee, isn't he?
Not a Schnee, the Schnee you ran into.
The Schnee, yes.
The one that prompted the monkey to shoot up the mine.
Yep.
Cooper just kind of smiles and like, oh, that's not great. He tries to kind of avoid that Schnee, but can you do a perception test on the two companions they have?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, perceptions will end. Perception.
Yin Yang Lords is executing the Nope order.
26. God damn.
Yeah, so you see, you got the Schnee there, and he's relaxing. He seems to have some sort of long polearm weapon that's with him, and his buddy there who's also relaxing, and very well dressed man, and he has a saber and a shield that is with him, and there's also a very properly dressed servant girl who is bringing the Schnee guy a platter of cake.
A platter of me? I'm there? Sorry.
Cake butler.
Really, cakes? Really?
Yeah, because Mika has to be involved in some manner. Yes, she's in the club too.
Wait, Mika's here?
Yeah, she's the one in the cakes. She actually works there.
Oh.
I think Yin Yang has actually been triggered.
What, how have I triggered it?
He hates the Schnee.
Just anyone but a fucking Schnee.
Headdie, we don't actually see anyone on the display there. Are we in the right area?
How do you mean?
If Cooper actually sees Mika there, look over there like, what in the world are you doing here?
Because on the stream, all we see are the black people.
I work here, says Mika.
You should see everything I can see.
Yeah, I see Mika, I see Cooper, I see Erica Hunter, I see...
Look for bottom right corner.
I mean, it's well centered on the stream.
Oh, okay. Somehow the stream paused itself. Yay.
Okay.
My bad.
No
Did the
worries.
stream pause itself, or did you pause stream?
I've been off on other tabs, so yeah.
So yeah, you walk up to her and you ask her, like, what the hell are you doing here? And she said, I work here.
You were just gonna look at it and it's like, that is not exactly what I expected.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm imagining like horrorgrams, or you just pop up behind a person and be like, hey, got a letter for you.
Look, I have to have money too, alright?
Yeah, no, just I just did not expect you.
She then puts her index finger on his chest, looks up him straight in the eyes. If you tell anyone I work here, I'm gonna go after your head, and you're not gonna want me there.
Noted.
Good.
Cooper makes mental note not to tell anyone of Crazy Cat Girl's profession.
Wolf.
Wolf. God damn it.
It's not that hard.
No, someone was saying cat earlier, and I forgot that she was not a cat.
Now you understand why I wanted a list.
And also why I kept correcting.
Can I finish?
Go for it, Drew.
Well, she then takes off her finger, switches from her serious smile to a more relaxing one. Well, you're gonna drink something?
Sure, what's on tap?
Take a look. She hands him the tab.
I guess Cooper would just get a small, light drink, maybe a soda or something.
So she walks over to the freezer, comes out with a soda, the worst, sourest soda they have, and hands to him. Again, with a smile.
Wait, the what?
The sourest, worst soda they have on stock.
I'm kind of wondering if you have to take an endurance roll to drink this shit.
Well, she says to him, well, this is the best one we have. We don't have much choice here. Either you get a drink, get alcohol, or you get nothing.
I'm guessing he manages to keep it down. Like, simply go like, oh god.
Yeah, you keep it down, but you can't help but react badly.
You sort of wince and grimace and cringe and shudder slightly as it goes down.
Make that sour face.
Yeah.
And you see that despite completely humiliating yourself with the drink, Erica doesn't seem to be all that bothered by it.
No, the people looking around him, no one's staring at him. You practically almost like.
Oh no, some of the shadow people are like staring at you and kind of like laughing, to themselves.
But hey, at least I have color. Looks of them.
Oh God!
Racist.
Don't antagonize the NPCs, please.
So wait, in this case, does that mean the people of color are still the minorities?
This thing, it looks like they're the majority.
Well, no. What Choco was referring to there was the fact that he's important enough in the plot to actually, for somebody to go through the effort of actually making him not a black shadow.
Well, Nika just taps his shoulder and says, do not bother the actual customers.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Don't bother the actual customers.
Ooh! 'Ooh! 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 '
And then she continues, so you're here to blow something up or to talk with the boss?
Wait, what was the second one?
Talk with the boss, like he did in the previous one. Supposedly you told her.
No.
Well, she heard anyway.
Yeah, you all were sharing stories when you first met, so presumably they're filled in at least. Because I'm pretty sure someone said, and Cooper got us to work for the mob.
Yeah, that's I'm going to boost Kuro because I can not hear her.
I'm sure Akahima brought it up. If not, we'll take advantage of V not being here and play.
It would have been mentioned. Even if not explicitly mentioned on stream, it would have been mentioned in passing.
Not really sure.
Well, you could tell her the truth, as you have in your notes.
It's like, I just kind of ended up here. I was just walking, found a nice little bar. It was playing nice music. It was nice to listen to, de-stress. It was not exactly a fancy-looking place. Kind of shit.
Cooper know how to do any social interaction without landing himself twice as deep in the shit because he was when he started.
No, I was not talking about this place. And then, I don't know, I met a few people and they said, hey, meet us here.
Yes. For the non-Cooper version, Cooper got a date.
Ooh!
And his date is actually out on the dance floor being ignored by him, right?
Right, did they give him a picture of her?
Yeah, they told you exactly what she looks like and her name and everything.
Meanwhile, you're talking to the fox lady.
Wolf.
Wolf.
God damn it!
Hey, closer than a cat.
Well, then, I guess once he does that, Cooper will check his scroll and actually knows, like, oh, it's person on dance floor. Kind of slowly give himself facepalm at himself and,
Meanwhile, chat's like, oh god, Cooper's talking, everybody run.
He's... Okay, I can't even defend him. He's bad. Oh god.
So, is there order something, or is just gonna stare at you?
No, Cooper's already moved. Cooper's already kind of moved away. So who joined?
Yin Yang, I think.
Hello.
Yep.
Hello, Yin Yang. Cooper's gonna move over to the person and is like kind of chuckling at himself, looking at the picture. I think I'm supposed to meet you here. He gives a slight nod. Cooper Verdigris at your service.
She's dancing, she's smiling, and she doesn't seem to be turning you down or anything, and you know, she's reacting well to you, and she kind of like pulls your arm and like drags you out to start dancing too. And see how well you dance. Throw it as a dodge check.
Cooper's going to embarrass himself in front of everyone. I know this. I have a feeling. I'm going to close my eyes and roll this. What is it?
Dodge check.
No, what did I roll?
15 with a 10.
I've rolled. Okay, let's see. With the secret rolls, I have rolled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 10s today. The fuck? Where's my luck when Cooper's fighting?
Hey, I think this is going to be a much more useful interaction than any of the others today. Any of the roles today.
So as you step out there, you're not exactly Team Juniper level, but you're managing to hold your own. You're just kind of like following around and helping her look good, and she seems to be perfectly fine with you making her look good, and it's fast music. You're dancing really close together. You got sort of that sexual tension rubbing up against each other moves as well, and everything seems to be going well for you.
See, deep down, I know this is probably going to end Cooper in some shit. But Cooper doesn't know this.
Wait, do you know she has a boyfriend/girlfriend yet?
That's probably what's going to end us up in the shit.
And better hope she doesn't rub up against your junk, otherwise you'll try and defend it with red dust.
Wait, no, I know. You should make Cooper should have red dust flavored condoms.
We've already made that joke before.
Oh, it was? Fuck! Because, I was thinking that joke was going to be really hot.
For when you want to feel them explode deep inside of you.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
No one laughing way too much at these shows.
Alright, Cooper, so as the music's winding down, what are you doing before it hits the next song?
Probably, he knows her name, but he'll probably ask, so how'd your friends rope you into this?
As you're talking, music's loud, you're not really hearing much of what she's saying, but you kind of get the gist between every other word, and she's just saying, she's just out for a night on the town, and people recommended this club for her, and said that there's, lots of cute people to hook up with, and that sort of thing.
How was she? I'm gonna say this is probably the weirdest thing I've ever had to roleplay, so this is why I'm being kind of what to say.
It's easy. Put your foot in your mouth and then talk.
Welcome to every 17-year-old's life experience.
I know, I already went through that. And now I'm trying to remember how that experience was, and it's going quite like this, the stupid stammering.
Well, you have your instructions that you can fall back on to if you need some guidance.
Well, yeah, I guess we'll kind of ask she's from around here with a lot of people who's kind of noticed at this place if she's a hunter, well, besides the name.
And she kind of giggles and laughs at you and thinks you've told a funny joke, and she tells you that she's actually from out of town. Her parents came over on business, and she's just trying to keep from being bored.
You tell me, I agree with what you said in chat. It's when the player smells a trap, but the actual character has no reason to. So I do smell a trap.
It's always a trap.
So you said she on business?
She tells you that no, she's not on business. She doesn't actually work or anything. She just studies and is on break, and her parents came here for business, and she's just out partying and having fun because it's her break.
Cooper mentioned he recently came here for the hunter school. He's just recently in town. He's coming to join the Atlas and all that. He was made the captain of his squad and all that.
And she kind of seems to be fun and all over. And he's like, "Oh wow, you must be so good, and you're gonna be a real hero, and I can't wait to see you in like your uniform. I bet you look so dashing. And
Oh god. Yeah, I think Cooper is definitely going to leave out the part that he's going to leave out the part he was basically chosen because he's the only. He's going to leave out that part, but he says then the uniforms are a little tight. I prefer looser clothing, but yeah. To tell you the truth, most of the people in the Atlas school seem to have a stick up their ass.
she kind of like nudges you and says like, "But you know how to have fun, don't you?"
I do like my party's going out with a bit of a bang. The pun.
Yeah, and she's laughing at it.
Dear God, this is awkward.
There is a point where it becomes less awkward and more pathetic.
Yeah, I mean, this has been like pretty easy for you, Cooper. It's like she seems clearly interested in you and has made it incredibly easy, and you kind of keep stalling.
No, but something tells me this is a trap, but I know that the character doesn't, though, and it's
you're 17, just roll with it.
So, Cooper asks him, how long are you going to be staying in town?
She says, "Oh, I should be here for the week."
Perhaps we can see each other a lot more then. Kind of smiles at her.
And she gives you a wink back and says, like, "Well, you gotta prove that you're worth seeing again."
Cooper raises an eyebrow, and how exactly does one do that?
Well, she goes and she leans close to you and she says, "I can see you're interested. Stop being a pussy and just make a move."
Okay. She does that, then Cooper just what's that thing? I'm trying to remember what it's called. You know the tango thing where they bend them down?
A dip?
Yes. Do that and plan to kiss.
Alright, go for it. Throw it as a dodge check, see how flamboyant you really are.
Oh dear God, why are you doing this to me?
They're in a bit of an awkward position, but you managed to do it, and for her part, she doesn't like slap you or knee you in the nuts or anything. But she seems quite surprised, and she kind of like laughs at you. She goes, "Is that your first time?"
Doing the dip, yes.
And she gets back up and she smiles and says, "Oh, you're so adorable."
I know something evil's happening.
For those of you who weren't privy, his instructions literally said to just go for it, and he's not.
Well, because, one, this is awkward to role play, because I've never done a role play with this.
And yeah, it's
And two, I
more
don't
awkward to the fact
trust
that
you.
Vika has saw everything, she has noted it down, and she has videos.
So, Mika, are you gonna like call up Team Chance and like tell them about how hilarious
Oh,
you're
she's
doing on the
already doing that.
Alright.
He's streaming this on FaceTime.
Yes.
Cooper just kind of look at her and is like, "Oh, maybe head somewhere. My place, yours."
Your place? The barracks?
He thinks about it for that. Maybe not mine.
And she smiles as he says, "Yeah, I have a place in town, and besides, I don't think he'd be happy with it." And she kind of like tosses her head towards the bodyguard over in the corner that's watching her and says, I think it's so particular about me going off in strange places.
I love
returned, and it's amazing.
I love Headdie's thing. I love it's like shocking a 17-year-old character flirting a hot chick by every it's a trap alarm is ringing and his some characters should be clueless.
Alright, they're gonna try and save Cooper by just letting you know that Mika has just produced a shutter sound very loudly.
No, I know what's just happened. Just taken a picture of when Cooper did the whole awkward dip thing, and sent it to Team Monarch.
Yes, and Team Chance too.
And Team Chance as well, nice.
Alright, so you guys in the barracks, now that you actually filled in exactly on what Cooper's doing, are you gonna do anything about it, or just watch him fail?
Did anyone else get this picture of Cooper fighting with somebody?
Tonga looks over to his display, looks over to Faye, looks over to his display. Faye, why is Boss in a strip club? Then why is Cooper also in a strip club?
We don't know it's a strip club. We just know
it's not a strip club. It's a club.
Just know it's kind of dark and there's bright flashing lights, and the picture's kind of grainy because the camera's obviously struggling to cope with the contrast of dark and light. But there's this picture of Cooper quite blatantly bending over this woman, going down for a kiss.
Really? You're telling me?
Faye just kind of puts a hand on...
Hold, so you see what Hitomi wrote?
No,
yeah,
where?
Faye reaches over.
In the chat, it's Nikita, I didn't know Cooper has a sister.
Oh!
But no, I think Faye reaches over to Tonga, just closes his scroll, and goes, some questions are best left unanswered.
Okay.
Why
And then
in a strip club, or why Boss is in a strip club?
Both.
Hitomi, just read your direct messages a second.
Then I think she sends Cooper a private message, just a text message, going, I will assume you'll be late for class tomorrow, and just ends it there.
Oh god.
Perceived reaction, how? That, I don't, whatever you're saying, I flew over my head, Headdie.
AFK for a moment.
Do we even know where this place is?
Somewhere an hour's walk away.
If you've been talking to people around campus and so on, this is kind of a popular club that a lot of the kids in campus kind of go to, and it wouldn't be hard to find.
I just sent a bit more of an explanation.
So those that are in the room with Harley, go ahead and throw a detection check.
Oh dear god. I also noticed this is the first time I didn't roll a 10 in the entire...
Presence, right? Or perception, right?
Yeah.
Alright, and Tonga was there.
For this one, do you want me to do will and discipline as a counter to see for what they've got to beat to see what
Sure. Either way, for me, that would be 6. Plus 6.
So basically, you've got to beat a 13 to see what I'm on about.
I'll go beat it.
Okay, so
the person who's not supposed to see anything saw something. Ooh.
Okay.
The ADHD helped.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send it to Cakes, and then I'll send it to you. He'll tell me what he sees.
Alright. And meanwhile, with Cooper, so you're good to go?
I guess. I'm still apprehensive because I know you're evil, but Cooper doesn't know any better.
He's with a pretty lady who seems interested in sneaking him away to someplace dark and quiet. Most guys at that point wouldn't be able to deal with comprehensive thought. It would be more or less...
Yeah, no. His top head is not the one thinking.
Alright, check your notes, Cooper.
Oh dear God.
Okay, Hitomi, I've updated you on what Cake saw, along with time Cakes.
Yeah. Well, I have another game starting, so I will catch up with you guys later.
Alright, you take care.
So you're just gonna have watched Cooper and just go, he's probably okay.
Okay, roll. And I'm not terrified.
Yep, your next note's up. Stupid thing, scroll far enough. Damn it, it won't actually scroll far enough. I'll have to multi-stage jump you.
But,
Let me see the multi-stage fucking trolling of Cooper.
That bar's not long enough. Alright, there's where you actually come up to. So you eventually leave with Erica and her bodyguard, and you get in a car, and you go over to the upscale part of town, and the nicest hotel in town, which is called an Ice Hotel.
God, that fun hurts.
Run by the infamous Blitzkrieg.
Blitzkrieg.
And she actually takes you up to the penthouse floor, and
wait, this is the driver. I guess they drive here.
Yeah, they drive here.
He's probably gonna ask, "What's with big, tall, scary bodyguard?" Big, tall, bald.
She just shrugs and says, "Oh, precautions. Always hear such things about." Faunus running wild and terrorists all over Mantle and Atlas.
Sorry, I just...
Cooper chuckles a little bit, and you don't say.
Yeah, and as you get there, she takes you up to the elevator, and you're in the penthouse, so you're on the 23rd floor of an Ice Hotel. Got the whole place is just for the family itself. She steps out of the elevator and she gives you a smile and she holds her hand out and says, "Come on."
You follow. Just every alarm bell in my. Even Dre said, "Don't do it, Cooper. You know better."
Well, that's because you're betraying Super.
Best thing is Cooper's every reaction so far has been, "Nope, not going near the monkey ever again unless I have to."
And now that he finally has it out, he's dragging his feet.
Yeah, because I don't trust you.
When have I ever led you wrong?
What's the worst that can happen at this point?
He knocks her up.
Yeah, that would be bad.
And would you throw yourself down on the map, or not pop on the map?
No, I didn't. Yeah.
Cannot believe you're throwing the monkey over for an ice queen.
Although this would explain why Weiss's dad is such a dick and so dumb.
Oh, Dre, I know it is very hilarious. Alright, so you take up her hand and she guides you out of the elevator. And
I have to kind of thought, what's with that hunter name, would Cooper recognize it from anywhere?
Throw a discipline plus will.
Good God, man! Can you naff a roll at all tonight?
See, Cooper's been doing well all night.
Yeah. So what does he know about the hunters?
You think that you heard of them as a kind of well-to-do family off in Mistral, but you don't really know much about them. Your family don't run in the same circles.
Mistral. That's...
You're about to roll around in the same circles.
God, really?
Really.
As she's walking through, and there's the bodyguard there, and she kind of like smiles and gives him a little flirty wave and says, "Oh, don't mind if there's any screaming. It's fine." And starts heading on and says, "Come on, Cooper, I'll show you around the place."
Cooper just kind of awkwardly chuckles. It's a pretty nice place, he mentioned.
He goes, "Oh, it's nothing compared to back home, but I guess it'll do. It's the best that the city can offer." She leads you up to the double set of doors, opens it up, and steps in and goes, "This is really the only room you need to know."
Oh God, Trey.
What about Dre?
He's messaging me. He's like, "Don't do it, Cooper."
Meanwhile, Monol is going all Inquisition in the chat.
So are you actually heading in, or?
Yeah, he'll walk in. I'm just responding to Dre. He was like, "Don't do it, Cooper. You know better. She's a bitch. Make that the reason for your leaving. She's ranking on you down. Says this is the best they can offer."
Alright, so she closes the door behind it, and she says, "Sure is," and then she just throws herself at you, wraps her arms around your neck, and is just hanging off you and planting kisses on you.
Oh God.
So, you're about to get another note.
Oh dear God.
Well, you should be able to guess what it's going to say.
Oh God. Make the Oh dear God, another fucking 10.
Oh, such a heartbreak. Trey's asking if he can replace you when you die.
So, what is... Oh, did you send the next note?
I'm about to.
Dear God.
Dun dun dun. And it's there.
Okay,
Dre, you don't know how right you are.
Oh, this is bullshit.
By the way, have any of you been reading Stream Chat?
What should Cooper have to do to resist this?
It's the same thing that you've been rolling, except it'll be easier after you start to go with it.
So endurance will, or no, endurance this.
Yep. Man, they're only fighting over your slot, Chaco.
God damn it, Cooper.
Oh. Okay, you know what to do.
No, I don't expect this.
Well, you should be happy. This is exactly what you wanted.
No, it isn't.
You kept saying that's what you expected.
No, I expected something bad happened. I don't expect this. This is some.
Bobby, but probably true.
Wait, what?
Oh, in chat he said, "Sorrow can be twice the man Cooper is, and it scares the heck out of him."
Do I?
For those of you who want to know what he's hemming and hawing about, I will tell you. Or would you rather it be a surprise?
Just tell them.
You might want to tell us.
I was going to say make it a surprise.
Oh, I got 2 for tell and 1 for surprise.
I'm too busy laughing, really.
I'm just wondering what she actually looks like, because they can't see the picture on it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, read my messages, and you should put the picture in Tabletop.
You want the Eric the Hunter picture in Tabletop?
I was gonna see either that or just send it to
Basically,
put it in the stream.
There's not much to her. All her
it
outfit.
seems.
Oh yeah. I want to see that.
The thing about that is this.
I've just zoomed the game in as far as it'll go. Hopefully that'll help.
Put it in Tabletop.
Yeah, baby.
Okay.
I want to apologize.
That's what Cooper's been very reluctant to hit on.
Yeah.
How is Cooper not catching that?
I was going to say, how is Cooper not blinded?
Hey, because she's not wearing panties.
She's not wearing a bra either.
No.
Cooper, it's okay, Cooper.
I'm not sure that's an actual dress. I'm pretty sure that's painted on.
Those are at least D's, and she ain't wearing a bra.
First off, sir, that's not at least. That's a full D, almost a double. And if I'm not mistaken, that's at least a 38, not a 36. So those are fuller double Ds than he's probably used to.
Alright. You are way too knowledgeable about this trade. What the shit?
I am a... man, listen. I am a...
word from the one person who actually is horrified with this girl, her punch should be just about as strong as mine. And
You
I
said her
think
punch?
her punch. Because her back must be really strong to lift those feet.
Okay. Well, while Chuck is like kind of hemming and hawing, I'll fill you in on what everyone's missed while he's been running around. So after the news story,
now
he decided to go off and go on an incredibly enthusiastic walk, and he went to a dive bar called Grim End. There he saw two cute twins that were sitting at the bar and decided, what the hell, I'm going to go up and chat with them. He doesn't really remember much about it, except they seemed really nice, and they're like laughing at all his jokes, and for some reason they seemed to really like him, and they said like, hey, we're going to go out partying later at this club, and we have a cute friend we want to hook you up with, and she seems very interested in you too, and why don't you go there? And so that's where he goes to Fallout, and as he gets there, it's like she's obviously seems really interested in him. And
can I interrupt you, Hitomi?
Yeah.
Von Holtz just put in stream chat, those are not boobs, they are tractor beams.
No, she's not a person. She's basically a demon from what I'm reading. Well, not actually that, but she apparently... I'm gonna guess she has this probably like a passive semblance, which kind of fills people with murderous rage.
Yes, and now that he's like gone along and he can't really remember everything that's happened up to this point, other than he has a blinding, seething rage right now, full of murder and death towards this woman.
So I think the first thing...
Oh, so he's got a murder boner.
I was gonna say that, but I didn't.
Aww.
It's a rage boner.
I knew I shouldn't have trusted you.
Rage.
I knew I shouldn't have trusted you.
Yes, I couldn't resist.
I guess the first thing he's gonna do is try to kick her off him.
Alright, throw it. Unarmed attack.
Or wouldn't that be grapple?
No, you can grapple if you want. Especially if you're using your sword, you can use your normal.
Well, I don't think he has his sword with him, or at least.
Oh, he's got a sword with him.
Yeah, you have your sword with it. You didn't use it behind or anything.
Not the gunblade. He's got a sword though.
Yeah. But I mean, it's not exactly. He wasn't exactly prepared for this. So it's probably on his back or something.
Oh yeah, he on that back, baby.
Well, it's not like she has your hands immobilized or anything. You can just grab it.
Oh no, his hands are plenty immobilized. Like asleep.
Oh yeah.
Grapple is strength and perception, right? Or is that it?
Give you loads.
Grapple is... Yeah, strength and perception. Alright, so you managed to throw her free of yourself, and you're sitting there with your rage boner going, and you got 2 more actions.
Oh god, I'm not even sure what to...
And she's looking at you very confused right now.
He's just gonna...
Go for it. Go for it. Full ham.
Well, I'm kind of confused myself of what he should do, because... he's not a person who...
Have you ever seen, like, a barbarian or a berserker or anything like that in the game? It's like, you know what to do.
Yeah, but it's not going to be like a murdering an innocent person kind of thing.
Yeah, but if it... Put it like this. Yang in a
He's going to look at her and go, what the hell? Why am I angry?
Yeah, but when you are that angry, you don't think. Look at Yang. Yang in anything up to before she has the lessons from her dad to basically think before she acts.
Yep.
She sees a threat.
Yeah, just got called fat.
Yeah, she sees a threat and she's just like, right, I'm having a piece of you now. And it ain't a nice piece.
She hasn't really changed much yet either.
this is. See, my first instinct is just to get the fuck out, but I know because that's not really gonna fit the thing. But
It's funny because that's the hashtag I put. Hashtag run now, Cooper.
Or you could just have angry sex. Is that too?
Yeah, Model's right. Says being a berserker is literally the easiest thing ever. Ask yourself, what would a corn do? Just grab your axe or blade and swing.
Or just ball fist and swing.
What would Conan do? Tap that? He's a barbarian.
Conan would tap it and then kill it later.
Yeah,
man. I think
literally at the moment you're in such a emotionally. You're so controlled by emotion. What I'm getting at from what Hitomi's describing is you are so filled with emotion that thought beyond how do I accomplish what my emotion is directing me to do is impossible. That's what I'm getting at. Is that right, Hitomi?
Yeah, especially with how bad his last roll was.
God damn. I guess he'll try to. Can you kind of like throw her? Like, I guess since it's in mostly the direction of bed.
Alright, so you're going to try to throw her at the bed. You can do that.
What's that? Are you gonna do it? Do I have to do another?
Be lift, which is strength and endurance.
Okay, this is gonna go. Cooper's too low stats next to agility.
Oh, and you rolled a 1 for good measure.
Alright, so you managed to pick her up and you chuck her in. She goes about 10 feet flying. She looks up at you and she goes, "What the hell is wrong with you?" You have one more action left.
Someone give her the action, Jackson. Pile driver. Pile driver.
Trying to find every reason not to do what he knows he should be doing.
Yeah, because because this seems to be so out of the fucking blue.
There's reasons for it.
Put it like this, you may even have a lead for us.
I'm gonna. I guess he can just do his move. And then discipline check again, right?
Yeah, your resolve, so endurance plus discipline.
As I say, she may even be giving us information.
Oh, the mother of God. Is that enough to break it? That's a 22. 1.
No, but you're slightly less blind. I'm just going to flail at you with my bare arms because that's all I have going right now. Mood. You're slowly coming out of it, but you're not there yet.
You're just what the fuck?
The bodyguards, of course, having been told that they're supposed to ignore any screaming, or not really doing anything, figuring kids are having fun, and one of them's running a background check on Cooper.
Oh god, that's not going to end well!
Although Erica looks at you and she's like, "Oh my, I didn't know you had it in you. You like to play rough, don't you, boy?" And you can see her kind of turn over and she's on her hands and knees and she goes and smacks her ass with one hand. She says, "Give it to me good, babe." Cooper's turn.
I am literally facepalming. I don't know how to do that.
First, I would unzip pants in this situation.
Look, I mean, at the moment, we don't even know if she's a potential threat or a potential ally.
Yeah.
Or just a nobody that's just distracting Cooper for a few hours for her own entertainment.
We know that's someone that Cooper wants to kill right now.
And please,
And for
whatever, kill her.
Whatever mental gymnastics Cooper has to go through to justify it in his mind, will justify it. He'll think, oh yeah, wasn't her family like arms dealers and bandits or something, or what have you?
I mean, he's okay with murder. We got it.
Yeah, he's murdered several people already, so...
I think we should just go on and...
He has killed one person.
The Game Master
By
says 7.
manslaughter.
You listen to Kami-sama, goddammit.
Well, I said several, but between the teams, several. Between him,
but he's
one and more
by
that he wanted
manslaughter.
to.
Can he look... Does he have enough cognitive ability to ask her, what, do you have a semblance?
At this point, no. You have about enough cognitive ability to give a Sly Marbo scream.
God damn it.
We could try throwing her out the window.
Well, that would certainly be rough.
If you want to, like, grapple and throw, apparently.
Hmm. So tell me, I low-key hate you right now? Because this is incredibly awkward to roleplay.
Then Hitomi is doing the job right.
Okay, Monol is just absolutely... What the hell, Monol?
Yeah, I can't do that proper cry for him. It's like, ah!
I'm sure Headdie can get it.
I could, but there's... I've got 2 youngsters sleeping upstairs.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what's the scream he's supposed to have?
Sly Marbo.
Yeah, if you look up, like, Sly Marbo on YouTube, you can probably find a video with him screaming in it. Apparently there's a 10-hour version of it, which doesn't surprise me.
I guess Cooper kind of grab her, maybe
grabbing some
how the hell did you grab her, maybe.
I mean,
Throw
you're
her
like
onto the
blinded
bed
with
again?
rage right now. Just be quick. Be quick. Think if you're blinded with rage, how would you want to hurt someone? Quick, 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 quick.
Yeah, I one if it was if I knew this in advance, I can't. I don't know. It's easier to imagine my character being angry at something if he had a reason to be angry, not just sudden blind rage.
You have a reason in your mind. Whatever reason works for you, it's in your mind.
Maybe grab her, kind of push her head down a bit. I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to. I can't think of something to do without making it sound sexual or without actually killing her.
Think of it like this. You say she tried to kick you in the nuts when she hugged you, and that's your justification. What would you do?
Yeah, she landed awkward when she jumped up and grabbed you and, yeah, crushed your balls. Remember how angry that made Cooper last time?
So you grab her, maybe twist her arm a bit, like as if to break. I don't know. Why do you do this when this is awkward for me?
It's always going to be awkward for you, Cooper.
Part of being 17.
No, I mean like.
Wait, was he told he was supposed to kill her?
Yes, he's filled with sudden blind.
Kami-sama said kill her, or
he's filled with sudden blind murderous rage, and he doesn't know why. We've been no reason as to why.
His mind is going to make up whatever reason why he wants to. He's just kind of trying to say, I don't have a reason, so he has a reason not to do what he's supposed to.
Basically, Cooper's red misting at the moment, and Chaco's struggling to get his head around how to play it properly.
Yeah, it's like barbarian rage.
Growl, grunt, growl. Grunt, growl, hit. Grunt, growl, poke.
The problem at the moment is Hitomi's basically asked the wizard to roleplay as a barbarian.
Yeah.
That, and he doesn't actually want to kill her out of character, so it's kind of dragging his feet.
No, I think in terms of player mindset is what I mean.
I guess I'll.
Have you already done your damage roll? You might not kill her.
No, I haven't done any damage to her yet.
Just throwing her around and playing rough.
You should.
Kinky too. Kinky
I'm telling
execution.
you, man. You should go for autoerotic asphyxiation.
I guess I'll just
put your hands around her now.
At this point, the murder boner thing is why. I still kind of.
Can we just tag me in and I just play Cooper from now on? Because he left his balls at home.
Yeah, even Mama's saying, God damn it, Cooper, embrace corn, skulls for the skull throne.
I can play a better Cooper, and I cannot get angry.
It's like, you know 40k, you know what a cornate would do, and that's the situation.
Yeah, and but that's 40k, that's not RWBY.
Or a Slaneshi who's pent up on, rape murder boner. That's just channel some of that.
See, if I was playing 40k and I had a character who was the Slaneshi or Cornate, I could do this just fine. It's not exactly something I was expecting when playing RWBY.
In this group?
It's like, remember, at the end of your turn, you're going to have a chance to snap out of it, so it's like, you have a chance, and just kind of go with it and say, she's probably not going to die immediately. People tend to be at least a little hardy.
I guess he's going to...
Or just like death by snoo, as someone suggested.
I guess he'll do fine. Death by snoo seems to be the best way I can keep it from not killing her directly.
Just quick question.
Grab her, kind of push her down.
How much? And I mean, yeah, we obviously know there's a lot of rage in there, but how much boner is in there?
Well, he's 17 and he's been having this girl hang off him and grind against him for like an hour or so.
He's 17. Look above at picture.
So yeah,
I'm guessing he kind of grab her, push her down, start tearing off her dress.
Yeah, that's aggressive and sexy at the same time.
What would I have to do that? The push her down, rip off her dress, and all that.
Well, if there is a grapple, strength plus perception because you're doing it unarmed.
But here's the thing, because he's doing it in a way not intending to cause direct harm to her, can he do it as effectively as 0 damage with the appropriate penalty to the action?
Well, grapple doesn't do damage.
Well, it does a little damage because you slam her head into the floor as you're ripping off her dress and it's in tatters and hanging off her body, but it's like, she's okay. She's not going to be happy with you, and she's squirming and lets out a sharp ow!
I say clothes don't always give, but she doesn't have that much on, so.
I don't have to make another roll for the clothes.
Nope. So you got 2 more actions. What do you do?
I don't want to do any of this. It's weird.
Well, second action Well, if you want, we could do this: tear off dress, tear off panties. That's 2 actions.
I don't
Question
think she's
mark?
wearing any. With that dress, those lines, no.
No.
She's not even wearing a bra.
Is she?
Let's see, is she actually wearing panties?
There's no way in hell she's wearing panties.
Not with those.
I don't think so.
God,
I mean, the dress was so long, she didn't conceive of it. And it looks more painted on than anything, so...
Think fast,
I'm
Rabbit.
not even sure those are real clothes.
There's a girl out looking to score tonight, so... yeah.
I really hate all of you. I don't want to murder a person.
And by the way, just as a quick reminder, of course, we do have to be careful with descriptions from this point onwards, because of obviously YouTube going, think of the children.
Yeah, we wouldn't get actually explicit or anything.
No, but I'm just sort of putting that out there as a reminder to everyone.
I did use a bad term, and I apologize for that.
Can we... I really don't want to roleplay. This is weird.
Alright, like, straight talk, is this, like, really terrible for you? Like, absolutely mortifying?
It's not mortifying, it's just weird as fuck. Especially the fact that it's being streamed is like, what the hell?
Is this somewhere you in your heart of hearts really do not want to go?
Not really, no.
Alright, so...
Not really know as in it's not someplace you want to go, or
as in, let's not overcomplicate this. He's clearly been struggling, so I think we know what the actual answer here is.
It's like there's some teasing, and we're kind of pushing, and you have potential, and I want to see you like do more stuff. So I was pushing a little, but it's okay, and I'll step back. Anyways, throw me a resolve check.
Can I throw aura in as some kind of bonus to it, like him resisting as hard as he can?
You could if it was like a semblance thing, but your semblance doesn't really do anything mentally.
I think what Cooper's thinking is more spending maybe 2 points of aura to add a bonus to. Basically, like Cooper says, what he's doing is he's putting his entire essence, because let's face it, that's what aura is essentially. It's the person's essence.
Do you have any blue,
resisting the roll?
Do you have any blue dust?
Blue dust? Oh god!
It could be time to throw it at your own crotch.
Anyway, like I say, so what Choco's trying to get at is he wants to go. His character recognizing that something is extremely wrong here, but not knowing what it is fighting absolutely with his every aspect of his essence to try and snap out of this. So the aura represents not necessarily his semblance, but that aspect which is about his ability to resist harm, his ability to, all that supernatural element that goes with the aura. He's resisting with that. So, like I say, probably spending 2 points of his aura or something along those lines.
As much as allowed.
I'm gonna say now he's calming down a little. It's like, throw me one more, just straight resolve check, and then if it does well, then you'll be at a state where you're kind of coming out of it.
Really? Oh my! I've had great rolls, and now that fucker.
Yeah, well, you cursed yourself. You know that.
Yeah, so you're it's slowly draining out of you, whatever's going on, but you're still kind of in the midst of it. You don't really know what's going on. And one more.
Can I just throw...
Oh, I'm sorry. Alright, and it's everything you're seeing is red, and You're completely out of your mind. You are completely insensate to the world. Throw it again.
Can I burn aura now? And how much?
You need to do a little bit better than that. Alright, you're starting to come down again, and you can start spending aura on it.
How much?
For every 2 you spend, you can throw an extra d10.
Burn it all, baby. Burn it all.
That's exactly what I'm doing. He has now 1 aura point. There.
Alright, in a snap moment, you just kind of like feel your arrow just blow out over you, and you're just left with this sense of complete serene calm, as if you don't know what you're doing here, but everything just seems kind of relaxed at the moment. You have no idea where you are, you don't know what's been going on for the last few hours.
This person's still alive. Please tell me, Preston.
As you look around, you see that you had your sword in your hand.
Oh,
and there's blood on it. And she's on the ground. And you think you see her moving.
I really very much hate you right now for telling me.
It took you a while to try to beat that mark, so it's like, yeah, stuff went on. And you hear some, like, calls from outside in the hallway and some people banging on the door.
Cooper, toss away your sword, run to the door. Open
Toss your sword away?
or at least, yeah, he's not going to be armed, just...
So you, like, threw it across the room, or it's on your back, sort of thing?
Probably just toss it to the ground, like, you know, open up the door and it's like, help me.
And you open the door, you see 3 bodyguards are there, and...
His hands up, was like, I don't know what happened, everything just went red. Help her, please.
Like, 2 of them have their pistols pointed at you, and one of them runs past. He goes down to start helping her and trying to stop the bleeding. And they tell you to get down on the ground.
Cooper does. So I don't know what happened. Just, there was red and...
And as you're down on the ground, one of them just like kneels on the small of your back and wrenches your arms behind you, and you feel them like put some zip ties around your wrists and lock it in tight.
Okay, I really hate you right now for telling me so much.
We'll take solace in this. I will give you this. What's happening here is good for the sake of moving the plot forward. It really is. I'm not just doing this to you to pick on you, is like actually plot relevant.
Yeah, the picking on part's just a side benefit.
Yes, it is.
It could literally be any other character here, and it would still go around just the same.
And one of them goes down and he zip ties your ankles together, and they like haul you up onto your feet, and they start roughing you up, and they're punching you, and takes away the last bit of your aura and leaves you pretty bruised and battered as they're just beating the snot out of you. And once you are thoroughly roughed up, they start to carry you off to parts unknown as you black out.
I low-key hate you all right now.
Sorry, I
Whatever
tried
for.
to help you.
See, this is why you should have called them when I told you to call them. Anyway, as night falls over the city of Atlas, what are the people in the barracks doing? It's been a while since they've heard from Cooper. Obviously, he was being made fun of and probably hooking up at the nightclub last you saw him.
How long has it been since the picture message?
It's been about 2 hours now. Are you actually getting worried about him?
So I'm trying to work out what Harley's reaction would be at the moment. I guess Harley's in the kitchenette area probably by now, with a cup of tea in hand, staring at a scroll, and you can kind of see her jaw flexing a little bit, and sort of as the camera sort of turns about, you can see that her scroll's open on the table. At the top it says Cooper, and in smaller writing that the camera can't pick up, there's some text, with her hand tapping up and down next to the phone, next to the scroll. And she's deep in thought at the moment.
What about you, Nikita?
Nikita's lying in her bed, very much sulking after the news still. Thinking that, Cooper's out just doing what, young guys do, and we're still kind of left here, and the news has really gotten her down what she saw, so she's sulking.
Alright. Hey, Team Monarch have anything to add?
Let's see. Is Mika back yet?
Yeah, she is back. She's probably in the kitchen eating actual food instead of the instant crap they have at the bar.
Tonga would be out there as well, in the little commons area. Slightly concerned about the cat.
Sorry, what did you say there?
Well, Carl is eating pineapple for some reason, but she's eating pineapple.
Fair enough. Is it Cakes that does Tonga? What did you say?
Tonga's out in the common area there, around the tables, every so often looking over at Harley. He had seen the clenched fist earlier, so he's somewhat concerned.
Yeah. Probably saw Harley very animatedly tapping away at a scroll, and then put it down, and like I say, start the tapping motion next to it with a hand.
Yeah, he's just kind of circling as sharks do, not sure if he should investigate with his face or not quite yet.
Okay, you guys just sort of roleplay away. I need to type something out to Hitomi, basically what this message is, because I think I might send it.
Alright.
So
well, Yang Yang Lord, you don't actually share a dorm with him because you're an upperclassman. And since the rest of Team Cake was out partying, you probably have the place all to yourself.
I guess Nikita will come out and pour some tea. Well, pour some honey and then put some tea in it.
And Mags, it's pretty late, so she's actually curled up and she's going off to sleep because she's still a little kid. I presume Akihima and Saru are either still out and about or whatever, or sleeping themselves. Either way, non-factor.
Galvior is gonna be like, what the fuck happened when I was gone?
Stuff.
Oh, that's what she gets for being at a convention.
Somewhere in the distance, there's an explosion.
That's what she gets for being at a convention with terrible internet.
That's all conventions.
So, how did they find out about the companion?
Well, if they don't actually check up on you, and I don't know what Headdie's doing about it, just give me a moment, because Headdie just sent me the message. Alright, so, she eventually sends us a message, and due to your current state, the message does not actually get to you, but to the people that are holding you, and they take out your scroll, and they see that you get a message, and they send a reply back, and it tells Harley that Cooper Verdigris is in custody for assault with a deadly weapon.
I guess Harley would reply, "What the fuck, is this some kind of joke?"
She's gonna think crotch grenades first.
Just, I guess at the moment she thinks that the scroll is still in Cooper's possession. Like you do when your mate sends something stupid and irresponsible, especially when they're drunk. She's kind of thinking along those lines at the moment, because obviously she's not had any reason to suspect that something's actually amiss beyond the fact that Cooper was out.
You think he's drunk texting?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like, what the fuck, Cooper? What kind of sick joke is this? Just get yourself home. Or get yourself back to the barracks.
And of course, then, at this point, Cooper is in the back of a stereotypical evil black SUV. And he's, sat down on the seats between his two guards, and one of them has a scroll and is looking over the messages, and looks back at Cooper and just kind of shakes his head and wonders what sort of degenerates that he must run around with.
Is he still conscious?
Yeah, you're conscious. You were just what's a good term for it? It's like you were in
sort of dazed and...
I was thinking a fugue state where you kind of went through stuff, but you don't remember anything before you snapped out. It's like you remember leaving the academy and walking the streets, and then you remember being in the room.
It's that point when the blood is actually returning to your head.
So, does he actually say, what kind of degenerates you do, or is he just thinking that?
He says it.
Cooper kind of spits up, I ain't degenerates, they're better than you people. Just kind of mumbling with his probably blood in his mouth, kind of spitting some of it out.
So he actually looks at the message again, and he decides to actually place a call through, and he holds it up to his ear, and it's ringing Harley.
Harley sighs, Sorry, Harley sighs, slams the table enough that the scroll actually sort of does that whole bounces clear off the table for a split moment before landing again and rattles, and then grabs it, hits the answer button, and just shouts "What?" down on the phone at the caller.
The caller goes, is a strange voice, you don't know it. Older man, you'd probably guess middle ages, and he has a rough voice, and he says, "Are you responsible for one Cooper Vertigris?"
What the hell? Who is this? Put Cooper on the line.
He says, "Cooper isn't in much of a state to speak right now. He had a little run-in after he tried to assault my charge."
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
I just told you, he's currently in detention under assault with deadly weapon charge.
Who are you?
Greenback Security Solutions, ma'am.
Where are you taking him?
Says, well, that we're not quite sure yet.
What do you mean?
We were planning on out of town where no one will quite miss him.
Poor you. He will be missed. And I'm not talking about me. You know the Atlas Academy? He's enrolled there. When he misses roll call in the morning, he will be missed.
So you're saying he's a student in good stead?
Yes.
Cooper just kind of goes, Kayla, help me. I didn't do anything.
Question. When I hear this, I get up and walk over to the table. Can you track somebody on these? Or location?
You could.
I have Cooper's information.
We can know where everyone is at any given time.
I mean, it'd be like a will plus discipline check.
I mean, that's my 4 and my 3.
It's the best shot you guys have.
Well, you know Nikita has a 1 will.
So yeah, I drop it onto speaker and start tapping away at the scroll, trying to get a location while I'm talking to this idiot.
Alright, so you can see that it's apparently on one of the main roads heading south out of town. Much along the path that you actually came into town along.
So I say to the guy, look, just bring him back to the academy. We'll keep him in check, okay?
Throw me an influence check.
What's that one?
Will and discipline.
So the same one I just rolled?
Yep. It's 2 skills, but they have the same...
Oh, fuck. I'm guessing that's a no dice.
Let me stand trial. I didn't do anything.
You hear a thud and someone just slams his fist into Cooper's chest. And
coughs up more blood.
And the person on the line with you says, "Look, I don't think you understand the seriousness of what he just did."
Yeah, and I don't think you're proper security. Take him where somebody won't miss him? Nah. I may be a backcountry girl, but even I know there's procedures to be followed. So you may be hired by someone for security, but you ain't legit security. How about you drop him off with us? We'll keep him out of your hair for the rest of our stay in Atlas, and you go back to protecting your client.
Throw me another check.
Oh, for God's sake, roll 20.
Okay. Bullshit.
He seems to mull this over for a little bit, and he's thinking about it, and he senses that there's some hesitation about him, and he goes,
Cooper kind of goes, talk to the general if they won't do it.
He says,
he knows
this kid almost murdered a girl. We can't just let him go.
Wait, what?
The general.
Just put him on the line.
He says, alright, you got a minute, and he holds the scroll up to Chaco.
Cooper, what in the hell have you been doing? I mean, seriously, the bandit was one thing, but seriously, just some random girl in the middle of Atlas of all places? What are you doing? Just,
Cooper.
No, I don't want to hear it. I do not want to hear it. I'm trying to get your ass out of it. Keep your trap shut. Let me talk to the guy. No, just no.
Charlie, trust me.
No, I trust you about as far as I can throw you at the moment, which, believe me, is not very far. Now, just nod to the guy or something to let him know we can take the line back.
Cooper sighs, spits out nothing of blood, just nods it back to the big guy.
And he takes it up.
Alright.
And he gives Cooper a little look, because even he heard all that screaming.
Alright, what do we need to do to sort this out? Because guy can be an asshole, but he's a good guy. I don't know what the hell happened, and I'd like to at least ask him myself. So, how do we sort this?
You hear him breathe deeply, and he says, You seem to have some connection with him. I get it. I grew up on the wrong side of Mistral as well. It's like, you probably have your own way that you're going to settle accounts with him, right? As long as you can tell me that you're going to, make sure this doesn't happen again, and he's going to be properly disciplined for what he did. I think I can smooth things over with my client. We're used to such dealings over in Mistral.
Harley mulls it over a second, which is quite difficult because she is royally pissed right now. Alright. Like I say, we're at the academy. I will do my best to keep him at the academy unless he is supervised by one of us or by an academy instructor. And
not to let him go out alone ever again.
Yeah, believe me, even if it means the monkey putting the damn collar on him, we will stop him from going anywhere in Atlas or anywhere nearby Atlas on his own, because I do not want to be dealing with this again.
He hears the exasperation in your voice and seems pretty sincere, and he's kind of thinking about it himself, and he goes, alright, I'll do you a favor, but I want you to remember, you owe us one. And you hear the car just screeches, flips a bitch, and starts heading towards the academy on your tracker.
I know you've not done me you've done me a huge favour, and I know I'm going to regret this, but thank you.
And he hangs up and he takes the scroll he puts it in Chaco's pocket on his overalls.
Cole dies. Harley seethes for a second, and her fist just slams onto the table so hard it can be heard in the bedrooms. I
And of
swear
course in the bedrooms, like,
that man is gonna be the end of us!
And like rolls out of bed and actually like slides under her bed and is like curled up there with all the yelling and the banging and.
I'm innocent. I didn't do nothing.
Tonga's gonna walk very cautiously up to Harley.
You know,
Tap her on the shoulder. Hug her punching bag.
he is only human.
Just Harley breathes for a few seconds, looks up at Tonga, and just launches at him, arms wrapped around his waist as best she can, just pulls herself into him.
Yep, he picks her up, holds her, and just lets her does as she does.
And he can feel her physically shuddering really, really hard from all the, coming down from all the emotion and adrenaline and just everything that's been building up with her through the evening and the phone call and all the rest of it.
Nikita, you want to go check on Mags? I'll try and handle Harley.
Oh, okay.
I think Vince do.
Choco's pleading in his innocence.
I didn't do nothing.
Well, I suppose technically no, in the way you didn't, but your character did. Oh, he just joined.
Cooper will get something good eventually. Yeah, I promise. It's like I'm not just picking on him. I legitimately thought it'd be Saru if Kitty showed up that'd fall into that particular trap. Because Saru has shown herself to be a much bigger horn dog than even Cooper.
And angrier.
And angrier, yes.
I'm
Anyways,
pretty sure there
Nikita-
wouldn't be a penthouse anymore if it was Saru.
Anyways, Nikki, as you enter, you see that Mag's bed is empty.
We start looking for lift up the beds.
As you lift up her bed, it's like, there she is, and she's like clutching her little Tonga plushie and curled up into a ball looking up at you.
It's okay. You don't have to jump out of bed. You can stay in the bed. Nothing's going to get you in here.
And she says, like, what's going on?
Oh, Auntie Harley was just discussing Cooper.
Oh.
Cooper.
What did he do?
He didn't do nothing.
Cooper blew someone up again.
Cooper, you're not here yet.
I know.
Cooper just was having a bad night, I think.
The spirit of Cooper's sanity comes in. I didn't do nothing.
By the way, since I am reminded of it, since Chad's talking about rewards, Choco, you have the first stat up of the game. +1 to any stat of your choice.
Oh, nice.
I told you that there was going to be nice stuff for him. I wasn't just being a complete dick.
So between having your character pummeled the hell out of and your ears blasted by me as Harley.
Yeah, I'm thinking either endurance or will. Because that seems to be the two things that were... I mean, you got the shit beat out of them, which would boost endurance, although a lot of will tests, which would to me do will.
Well, it's a case of semblance is will-based, isn't it?
Yeah.
Go ahead and flip a coin, Choco. Heads, it's semblant, will. Tails, it's...
Okay, one it's endurance, two it's will. Well.
There you go.
I helped Max back into bed.
Mags asked, what did Cooper do?
We don't know yet. He just made Auntie Harley kind of upset on the phone, so I'm sure it's nothing. Seeing how I didn't really hear the conversation anyways, other than part of it.
Well, I was going to say, part from the bit where we did the whole trying to track the phone, that was all on speakerphones, so...
So she just kind of, like, says, oh, and she seems to believe you, and she kind of snuggles into bed a little bit more.
They started the hashtag didn't do muffin.
Yeah, you had Mono rooting for you at least, so you had that going.
Yeah, he kept saying do it.
I have a better idea. Hashtag didn't do nothing muffin.
So she like yawns and as she curls up in bed and she starts to pass out in front of you, Nikita. And it's around now that we have the stereotypical evil black SUV pull up in front of the dorms. Choco's happy.
Free candy on the side.
No, that's free candy vans. This is the evil black SUV.
I know, I'm joking.
I guess I see it pull up and I storm off into the dorm room and sit on my bed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'll let me deal with him coming in so that you don't get all mad at somebody.
So Choco's head is restraints cut, and the door opens, and they quite unceremoniously, literally throw him to the curb and speed off.
I walk outside. As they throw him out and speed off, I say, "Thank you." I go help Cooper up.
Yeah, Tonga's just gonna be waiting by the door for them to come in.
Cooper's probably going to take his bandana off and stuff it into his mouth because it's probably bleeding a lot.
Yeah, you basically are down half your health points.
Rounding up or rounding down?
Rounding towards the non-lethal side.
So rounding up.
Yeah, I had to check on what it is. So yeah, you're at 2 HP. You're at 0 aura.
So...
And Nikita's
not a good night, huh?
You hear explosions on the outside. Apparently, Cow is firing her auto cannon on the van.
I don't know what happened.
What was that, Kuru?
I think Kuru is trying to attack the van with an auto.
I think Kuru's about to do something really, 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 really bad.
Kuru, don't you dare.
Alright, so Camilla's auto-cannoning the shit out of the black SUV.
Cooper on the fucking side if he sees that happening.
Alright, someone gave Cow drugs, and now she thinks the van is some kind of walking monster. So she's firing at it, but she's completely missing.
Alright, so you fire and you just going off into the air, gouging out chunks of sidewalk and street. And the car, once you realize it's under fire, beats the hell out of there and turns a corner to get away as fast as possible.
Yeah, you guys hear a loud scream of, I killed the monster or some shit like that, and then you hear a heavy thud on the other side of the building, apparently Cow fall off the roof.
So I guess I'll put Cooper back in.
By the way, does the gunfire wake up like half the campus?
Considering it's an autocannon? Probably.
Yeah, imagine. Yeah, you see Mags wake up and she's just looks scared out of her mind.
Cooper's just gonna
Holly,
sit.
Holly kind of glances over and walks up to her and gives her a hug and says, "Everything's fine. It's been a very stressful night, sweetie. Just hopefully that's the last time you'll be woken up tonight, please." And Holly just gives her a kiss on the head. "Just go back to bed, sweetie."
Oh, okay. And she just tries to like roll over and go back to sleep, which pretty easy because she's pretty damn tired.
Yeah, Tonga would walk over to Cooper, sniff him a bit, place his hand on his head, and then just dump his semblance in him to heal the guy. Pro tip, you're sleeping on the couch tonight, and no, you're not complaining about it. There's pineapple on the counter, and trust me, you don't want to be in the bedroom right now. Just sleep on the couch tonight. You'll thank me later.
Nikita goes and gets him a cup of tea with way too much honey in it.
By the sounds of it, the energy will probably do him some good.
Cooper is, once the thing's at least healed up his mouth a bit more, he says, I don't know what they said, but I didn't do what they said.
They didn't say nothing. At least not that I could hear. Then again, I'm not the most perceptive person. But yeah, I can tell you're not sleeping in the bedroom tonight. Sleeping on the couch.
Do you want to tell me the story? Or do you not want to tell me the story?
I got nothing to hide.
Well, remember that basically everything between walking towards Grim End on the street and when you snapped out of it is all just a very indistinct, non-detailed, you don't know what the hell happened blur.
You went into a nightclub, everything went red, and then you woke up in the back of a van. Pretty.
Yeah, he'll pretty much describe all of that. Anytime he recalls even like the tiniest detail of anything, he'll do that. But at least he says, I think someone used a semblance on me. I don't know. That's what it feels like.
Does Cooper have blood all over his sleeves of his clothing, or?
Oh, he's not bleeding anymore. Tonga dumped.
No, I mean, does he have blood all over? Not his blood.
No, it was on his blade, and he did not have his blade with him, so it's still up in the penthouse, as far as anyone knows.
That sucks.
Someone's going to need to build a new gun.
Well, that's why they have shop class here.
Yep.
No, he's got to have to go get that gun. It's an heirloom. At least part of it is.
You don't even know where it's at, though.
Well, he knows the building that he was hauled out of.
Yeah, but he has... Well, I don't know if he remembers dropping it or not.
Oh, he should remember throwing it, because that's like the first moment he was aware was he like looked down and threw his blade.
So yeah, he'll describe everything up to even that, and he'll leave no detail that he can't remember, that he can remember out. And kind of, since I imagine he's taking all the similar steps, just say that all through the night he felt these weird nagging tugs on the back of his head.
So you were either drugged or someone used some kind of hypno semblance on you.
So I pull out my scroll and I show him a picture and I go, "So who's this?"
Would Cooper actually remember that?
You don't remember it. Although you could place the girl roughly as what might have looked like the body at your feet when you snapped to.
Did Cooper get a photo of her sent to his scroll by those girls?
Yeah, like he looked at it and was like, I don't remember.
You never could blow the cover and ask Mika about the girl?
Meek is the one who sent the picture to everyone, so I assume they have to ask her.
Yeah, it's a case of...
Since she works there,
It's
she
a case
probably
of...
has a name.
Yeah,
There's a case of Meek is not here right now.
It's a case of we know she was there, we just don't know why she was there.
Hey, girls got a party too, as far as Tonga's concerned.
Which I assume pretty much is going to be the assumption by everybody.
That last thing I remember clearly was I was just going for a walk. And I saw a bar, and then everything is just blank. Just fuzzy bits and pieces.
You want to throw a resolve check?
What was that again? Yes.
Endurance and will, right? Yeah.
Do I remember anything?
So you remember that the bar that you ended up in was called Grim End, and you remember that there were some cute girls there, and you decided to go and chat them up, and that was the last thing you remember.
Okay, then I kind of described that like there's a bar, Grim End, and I don't know. I had been walking, just trying to not think about what's on the news. I kind of ended up in the bar, just having something to drink, get my mind off everything, and then I don't know, there's two twins, I think, started talking to me, and then it just all went kind of blank from there.
Yeah, my mind did go blank seeing those two.
That wasn't a clue right there that something was wrong? Two twins were interested in you?
Yeah, Cooper, if you want women, the dorm's filled with them. No offense, yeah, it's just...
I think Cooper's new theme should be I burn after that last one.
Yeah, Cooper just looks at it as like, as I said, they just started talking to me and then nothing.
Yeah, a pair of twins not wearing underwear and Chinese robes.
Oh, you posted it?
Yeah.
But Cooper's like, after they started talking to me, I don't remember anything.
Put it like this, as a 17-year-old interested in women, I think anybody who fits that description's mind would go blank at that sight.
Yeah, that don't explain the murder boner, though.
We don't know about that, though.
Well, I mean, he's described all that he kind of remembers, including up to the memory appearing up among the body, and then him walking over to the door and saying, "Someone help."
And where's your weapon?
Cooper looks around, notices probably for the first time he doesn't have it. Probably back at that hotel. Oh dear God. My grandfather's gonna kill me if I lose that thing.
I think your grandfather's the least of your worries at the moment.
Yeah, because the people in the SUV would probably kill you if you went back there.
That too. This has been just fantastically horrible.
Well, Cooper, tell you what, you need a new gun for class. I've got some spare equipment in my bunk over there. I'll get my spares out. You can hobble something together. It won't be the greatest thing, but at least it'll be passable for anything they want to actually send us against. I mean, you could do a lot worse than my rocket launcher spares or a few bits and pieces of an assault rifle.
Thanks, though. I'm gonna have to find some way to get my thing back.
We'll worry about your gun later. Right now, we got class in the morning. and you got to get to work building a new gun. Or worry about everything else when we can. One day at a time.
Nikita puts her scroll away, puts it in her pocket, and she looks down at Cooper and she goes, I believe you, boss. You should get some rest.
He smiles, thanks her, pulls in for a small little hug, thank at least someone does. And then looks at Tommy and says, I'm probably gonna have to be building a weapon all night instead.
I help you with it. And let's face it, I sleepwalk anyway unless someone lays me on my back, so yeah.
And in comes Harley.
So Harley stood at the door. Well, what happened?
He will go through the exact same thing, he just told all of them. Every detail. Including the thing of believing he felt like some kind of semblance was doing something to him.
No alcohol.
Not a drop.
That he remembers, but of course, Mika would remember at least serving him something.
Yeah, he said a Coke or some kind of soda. It was an alcoholic.
Yeah, I think he said something about like everything here is alcoholic, but I can't remember. Not a big deal.
Yeah, everything except that one soda that was rotting in the freezer.
Yeah, basically, because he asked for something non-alcoholic, she gave him the only non-alcoholic drink in the bar, which was a disgustingly sour thing which nobody wants to drink because it's disgustingly sour.
The thing that's actually meant to be used as a mixer in something rather than on its own.
Yeah.
Kind of like
No. It's not a mixer, it's not anything. It's just the worst soda ever produced. And there's just one of it, and it was rotting in the freezer. Yes, rotting.
So it was Diet Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
Diet Mountain Dew with socks.
So
like that.
Holly...
The mixed Diet Mountain Dew with Fanta.
Oh
dear God.
So yeah, Holly does that thing where you put your thumb on one side of your forehead and your first finger on the other side of the forehead and kind of deep breath in and shakes her head. Okay. Know this. Because of what happened, I now owe some thugs some kind of big favour. You are not allowed to be seen by them on your own in Atlas. Preferably not even the surrounding territories. You are seen by them, or they catch wind that you are on your own off the academy grounds without supervision, they will be coming for us. Okay? We also owe them a favour of some description. So, as you can guess, right now, you are not in my good books. That said, she looks him up and down, sees what kind of mess he was obviously in when he walked in, you know, from all of his blood that's on his clothes and whatever.
Doesn't have a scratch on him now since
no,
Tonga
but
healed.
He was still spitting up a lot of blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She looks him up and down, squints a quizzical eye at Nikita and Tonga, sort of kind of ask what kind of state was he in when he came in.
I could kick him once and he'd be dead.
He was a mess. If it's any consideration, I believe him. Because I don't think anyone could be that stupid.
Have you met this guy?
Holly nods, leans in towards him, gives him a brief hug, and walks off to bed.
So yeah, still pro tip, Cooper. You're sleeping on the couch tonight.
I figured.
But yeah, as Harley walks off to bed, Tonga goes up to his bunk, goes into his little box there, grabs his spares, and goes back out to Cooper with all of his spare parts. So he could build a new gun for the guy.
So I'm guessing I'm designing a new weapon for next session. Yay.
There's worse things to be doing.
Would you rather try and hit Grim with your fist? Because
not
I
particularly.
know some people in your group can do it, but you seem to be more of the I'm going to shoot it from a really long ways away type of guy.
I mean,
So
I
we
can
can
throw
either
you
get
at things if
Kraken.
you want.
Yeah. So we can
And I
get
don't think you
Kraken
want to be a
while I'm
flexible
still
weapon.
sentient, or you can wait till I'm wandering into walls again and then try and have a go. I won't be as useful then.
Okay, I'm looking at the jokes. Cooper cooped up. God damn it. Yeah, I guess Cooper's once again, thank Nikita for at least supporting him and get to, with Tonga, start putting something together.
Alright, sounds like we're winding down the session, actually. It's getting kind of late for people, especially Headdie. Thank you for hosting us, Headdie.
That's perfectly alright.
I think it's a good place to cut off here. I hope everyone enjoyed. I hope Choco didn't have too bad a time with things, and remember to show your appreciation to Fee and Headdie, and
I knew it was a trap. I shouldn't have trusted you.
You shouldn't have trusted dead ass.
it was a trap that if you rolled 1 point better, you could have gotten out of.
Yeah,
all those 24s, and I just sat there going, "Oh my god, it's 24."
Yeah, every time he asked me to secretly roll, and I do mean literally every single time, it rolled a 7 and a 10, giving me 24. This happened 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and it was always 7 and a 10. It just kept switching. One more point and none of this shit would have happened.
It's like, one more point, you could have just snapped out and said, "Hey, I'm with a girl who's really into me," and just, fade to black and have fun, and you'd be done with super jokes.
That would start whole new other super jokes, though.
Oh,
how much you betrayed the relationship. We'd all blame you for that, so it's probably better this way.
I think I could live with betraying Super.
I think you could as well.
So, Eddie, you want to close us out, and I'll see you all, I guess, next week. I haven't really heard from Fee on that, but should be next week, and then we'll have a normal session and hopefully less technical difficulties, and we'll see what happens the next day on RWBY RPG.
Yes, certainly if we do end up in a situation where I have to host, I've got all the settings for this in its own scene, so there shouldn't be the same issues as we had.
Is it possible you can actually send the video to Fee if she wants to put it up?
Yeah, I can. I haven't been directly recording it, but I can certainly download it off of YouTube and send it to her, or just send her a link or whatever she wants to do. But yeah, thank you everybody for joining us. It's been a bit of a taxing session for Choco, and
it was awkward as fuck.
Yeah, knowing now what you were faced with. That was, yeah, I don't know how I would have dealt with that one, to be honest. So, yeah, I think.
Like I said earlier, it could have been anyone else, and it would have been the exact same result.
Sorcerer's Kitty is on now.
Oh dear. But
yeah, I'm sorry about it. I mean, there's players that really take to that sort of thing, and there's ones that don't, and you know, I'd probably test it out. And
I can play a character who's mindlessly angry, and I could probably even do a barbarian, but it's just like I was not in the mindset for this character to do that. Plus, just kind of role playing, flirting.
I don't think you were in the mindset for it because I think someone was controlling you.
Well, here's the thing.
Out of character,
Choco was like I said. Choco was in the mindset of playing a wizard, being asked to play as a barbarian, and it's the wizard's always the thinking character. He's the one that, obviously, you know, the classic trap is dealt with by the rogue, but the wizard's the one that's thinking, the one that's looking for the complicated way outs of things. Is
that really a door? Is that a wall? Is that really a wall, or is that a door?
Yeah, is there an illusion here? Is there whatever? And Choco came into the session with that mindset. All of a sudden, he was asked to think, well, okay, you don't actually have a brain. You just have your emotions, which are leading you around by your nose.
Yeah, or by his stick.
I mean,
but yeah.
Choco, to be fair, this is like why I gave you the instructions the way you did, because like I want whoever fell into that to kind of have their way to play their character rather than me just telling them what to do specifically. But you put your own spin on what the directions were. And I'm sorry for that. You know, it's my miscalculation on that. It's entirely my fault. Like I said, I've been with groups where they would just eat that sort of thing up, and
yeah,
my bad.
That was good.
Okay, okay, everyone. So, I'd like to take this moment to end the stream out now. Like I say, thank you for everybody who has contributed in some way. I'd like to thank everybody in chat. You have been
that's not a don't make the bunky girls hard.
As I say, chat's been amazing. Thank you, everybody. It's made for quite the session. So I'm not officially aligned with Kitsuga, but go out and check out kitsuga.com as they sponsor
Fiora.
Yeah, they sponsor Fiora, and we did just abuse the hell out of their Discord. So yeah, I'd say I'd like to thank everybody, and I'll catch you all next time. Bye bye.